Welcome to the whoop-de wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your
The
words
whoop-de-wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know the
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana thing.
You got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know what
We're
a
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
That's
we
something to
get
do with
those.
things.
Throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
stove,
point
go grab
Indiana
that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
clan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
something pretty heavy and deep fried in the kitchen when it comes to what is happening here, right? So for those of you who don't know, Zoran Mamdani, not the president-elect, the mayor-elect of New York City, he has won. Congratulations. Love that for New York. He came to the White House, said that he was gonna, talk to folks, said he would have a conversation with Trump, and Trump was just giddy, kicking his feet, just like fangirling heavy. I think this was the only person that he actually gave compliments to in his entire time in the White House, and truly just like looking like this for most of the time that Zoran was next to him. He shows him around the White House, lets him take pictures around a painting that Zoran has admired. I think it was an FDR painting. Trump posted it on his socials. Now here's what I think I realized here. I think that, and I will dive into this, there will be more nuance, I promise. I think that Trump is just a brat, like in the most BDSM-y way and in the least consensual way possible. I think that he's just a brat. And while I think in this specific moment in time when it comes to Zoran being, and I understand, an attractive man, a charming Libra, as a Libra myself, I get it. We're precious. We are incredibly charming folk. But even outside of that, I think that Trump is just an unattached I think that he's just a brat looking for somebody to put him in his place. And I think that why he's having so much of this specific energy towards Zoran is because Zoran was able to, he did not get super PAC money, APAC money, as much as Trump tried to endorse all of his opponents, as many millions of dollars were put into keeping this man out of office. He held to his morals. Now that he has been elected, he is working towards keeping all of the promises that he has made to the citizens of New York City. And that is an incredibly respectable thing to do. And I think that he is allegedly, these are all of my opinions, these are all of my thoughts, none of this is real. I think that he is turned on in a way. Whether that is, I'm not necessarily saying that it's sexual. I am saying that the fact that that he has gone full brat across this White House, across the federal government, and nobody has stood up to him, said enough is enough. Even the conversation about like, oh, well, do you think that he's a fascist? And Zoran was trying to be like, well, yeah, I've said it before, but I can't say it here. And then Trump was like, no, it's okay. You can say it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But you know what? I'll get even more specific because I don't think that this is specifically about Zoran Mamdani. So this is an article on Grindr. If we're going to talk about how I think about my theory, this is all a lie. I know nothing. Okay. If we're going to talk about my theory, we got to go straight to the source. So quick little convo about what is a brat in the words of Grindr. In BDSM, a brat refers to a silly, cheeky little devil who wants to get into trouble. It's commonly referenced with a dominant sub dynamic in mind, with the brat in question being the submissive. Oh, also, if you have children watching this with you, please send them somewhere far away. And we're back. It's actually not that different from a traditional dom-sub dynamic, only the punishment and reactions from the dom are dragged out by poor behavior from the brat. And then we get a little cheeky veer on. But there's a couple of key So one, keep all of this in mind as we continue on. So in these kinds of relationships, what is the dominance or the brat tamer's role here? The brat tamer is the dominant partner on the receiving end of all the naughty foolishness. They have one goal: get their brat under control by any means necessary. But here it's really just like, okay, we got to talk about consent, what's been laid out, what's agreed upon, like can't cross the boundaries. There is no consent with what Trump is doing with the, but keep that, this is what it's supposed to be. It's not what is currently happening. In my theory, once again, what do I know? I'm a liar. What does it take to be a good brat tamer? It helps if you have a lot of patience, since it runs pretty thin quickly. You'll have to be okay with your buttons being pushed on purpose. And most importantly, you can't be too soft on your brat. I think that Trump has been looking for his dom. He's been looking for his tamer. I was gonna save this towards the end, but I'm just gonna say it now. I think that Trump really wants the American public to be no, let me rephrase. I think that when he entered into the White House, he was hoping that the federal government would be his dom, would be his tamer. I think he thought that the Democrats would put him in his place, would make him realize, oh yeah, you can't get away with this, and you've thrown enough tantrums, and you have to stop stomping your feet, just like shut up and whatever, right? All those like filthy, naughty things that I recognize that Bubba is probably, listen, you know what? So Bubba might not be Bill Clinton. In reality, you can't tell me that I'm allowed to believe whatever it is I want. I think he tried to find, even in Bill, once again, I recognize, technically, I was probably not Bill Clinton. I don't want to think about it being a horse. But I think that he was trying to find it in the Democrats. He was trying to find it in the political opposition. But everybody kept bending over and just spreading their cheeks for him and being like, oh, yeah, whatever it is you want, Big Daddy Trump. Meanwhile, he's out here throwing, you know what? Let's go through what this article says about what goes into how to become a brat. And we can parallel this with what has been happening in our government. So, how to be a brat. 1, ignore or refuse orders. It's time to talk back and stomp your feet, because it's just not fair. Ignoring your dom is going to infuriate them. Hooray. If you just type in Trump ignores federal judge, the amount of examples that show up, this is just the first page on Google, so here's example number 1. Number 2, be annoying. Depending on your personality, this may or may not come naturally to you. It also requires that you know what your dom finds annoying. This could mean arriving late for dates, passive-aggressive behavior like rolling your eyes or huffing and puffing, or invading your dom's personal space. No, I'm not touching you. He knows exactly how to get under the Democrat's skin. We've been seeing all of this play out in breaking news time and time again. I also want to say that I think that he has shifted his expectations from the Democrats being his dom. Once we go through all of these, I will explain who I think now he is trying to get to be his dom. Interrupt. As a brat, whatever you have to say is more important than your dom. Say whatever you want, whenever you want. Submissives, the floor is yours. Any interview that he has with a journalist, with a Democratic senator, with somebody that does not agree with him, he will speak over them time and time again, saying absolute nonsense, or unfortunately, something that should not be funny, but occasionally is. Like we all know. We can pick a moment in time, just any moment in time, and an image, a video of him interrupting somebody trying to say something important will immediately come to mind. Pretend you don't understand. I think that this just plays out whenever somebody tries to ask him a question about what are you doing? What is the plan? And then he speaks in circles. Moving on, embarrass your dom. Okay, there's words on here that I can't say, and I'm just going to cover that up so that way I don't get into, the I think that it's pretty embarrassing for folks focusing on the Democratic Party. I think that it is incredibly embarrassing to be a Democrat. It's been for a while, but it's very embarrassing now because he's embarrassing them. He's putting them in positions to be embarrassed at a global level. And it's working. Now, I think that he's doing all of this to get a reaction out of the Democrats, which they are not giving him the reaction that he wants. Why? Because they're still spreading their cheeks, and he's not into that. He doesn't want that. But he's not going to stop anyway. Why? Because he's a brat. And last is the runaway. Catch me if you can. And maybe you want him to because there's a punishment waiting for you when he finally does. Bonus points for taunting him as you send him on a wild goose chase through a department store. Now, I do think that this overlaps with some of the like Project 2025 stuff, the constant breaking news and the look here, look at the whiplash that we all experience in these. I'm trying to cover this that way this video doesn't get taken down. The constant whiplash that we are having in the news from what he's doing, what other people in the administration are doing. Oh my gosh, this is happening over here. That's happening in this part of the world. What do you mean this is? I think that this is part of the running away. Like, yes, it's part of 2025, Project 2025, Project Esther, and the dismantlement of American society, but also that doesn't mean that he can't get turned on in the process. And finally, do the opposite. You've been asked to cut it out. Don't. You've been warned that you'll get a spanking if you do that again. Do it again. When you're a brat, every day is opposite day. We can see this all the way back to the, hey, release your tax return. No, I'm not going to do that. You can't make me. Even through his re-election campaign, it was things that people were asking for, all the way down to like things that he started promising people. Oh yeah, the price of eggs, the price of gas. I'm gonna make the economy great again. And then people were like, oh, okay, yeah. Like he started doing it to himself where he was like, oh yeah, I'm going to lie and get myself set up and maybe somebody's gonna punish me because I've obviously been lying. I've been such a bad president. Been such a bad president. Somebody's going to tell me no, and then they're going to, I don't know, put me in a corner, make me sit down, think about what I've done. And nobody's done it. And I think the thing, not my big revelation, like it's kind of been percolating, but I think watching his reaction to Mamdani really cemented it for me. He gave up on the Democrats doming him. He gave up on the Democrats taming him. It's not scratching his undropped balls. He's like, the itch is not getting scratched. But I think what he's noticed with the run that Zoran has had is that he's like, ooh, maybe the American public will be able to dom me. If the American public and Zoran being like a leader, quote unquote, within this new thing that he's trying, like Trump is looking for somebody. Once again, I'm a liar. What do I know? You can't sue me. This is all not real. I think that, okay, wait, let me get back. I think that Trump, interestingly enough, is within this specific theory that I am discussing right now, is looking, praying, and hoping for somebody, and I think that somebody is personified like that. I think he's looking for somebody that is decentering him, decentering men, but more specifically decentering him aggressively to respect them and to get his tiny rocks off. Shayna, not everything comes down to sex. They literally had an island where somebody or something named Bubba will never be the same. Anyway, he is looking for somebody / something that he can look to and say, oh, they do not care about my comfort. They do not care about appeasing me. They are not centering me. They are actively working against me effectively in community in a way that is actually making it's effective. I respect that. And now I'm hard. Now, unfortunately, a lot of these, fortunately, I don't know, a lot of rich, powerful, especially white men really get off on that kind of stuff, especially like the degradation part and the being like, you're not as rich and strong and powerful and whatever as you think. You're not a big part of my life. You might be important to other people. You're not so much to me. I don't know what goes on in their heads, but it's like a big thing for them. But yeah, I don't know how to wrap up this video, but this has been my theory.
Well,
This
you
is my
should
theory that
always,
I have woken up
if you
to, and
don't
I
know
would
how to
love to
wrap
hear
it
your
up, just
thoughts on
wrap
this
it
because
up.
I feel like I'm right. I feel like I'm right, and I'm also curious if this channel, not this channel, I mean maybe this channel, but I'm also curious if this platform is going to be mad at me again for posting this video.
Yeah, I don't know. This girl is not real good at making jokes. Uh, if there is such a thing as a feminist, she is a feminist. But I appreciate the try. So, 12th man, you come on up. And one of the things that the title of this video that Shayna did is called it's called My Controversial Take on the submissive nature of powerful white men. And had she just concentrated on the Mamdani meeting, it would probably be a little bit more effective. If this is supposed to be some sort of I don't know, like a stand-up routine, it falls flat. Nobody's laughing at this take. However, I do find it interesting. Um, some of it might actually be a little bit true. The part about wanting to be popular, that's about the only part that's actually, effective in my mind. And I'm going to show, which I didn't see, the little speech he gave when the Saudi when MBS came. I do want to watch this speech, and then we'll get into news clips. And sorry I'm late. Finally got the oven cleaned. Most of it, the reason it took so long.
Getting ready to roast that turkey, Stanley?
Yes. The reason the oven cleaning took so long is it's basically laziness. So finally got it done. So
we get like that when we get old.
Yep. Any response to that diagnosis of Trump's personality? He's some sort of submissive.
I don't know about that.
Well,
I know. Well, you look at what's Melania Trump? She does look kind of dominant. You know what I mean? For first lady. She's a beautiful first lady, but
I think she looks like Eurotrash.
Eurotrash?
Yeah, you never heard the term?
No. What about
Google it.
Who's Zelensky's wife?
She looks like in the 90s she wore parachute pants and leather jackets and smoked cigarettes.
I just wanted to get a shout out to my veteran buddy. Today he was a very good dog trainer, and he took up his rifle and went to Ukraine and never to be heard from again. Then he was a 3-year veteran in the Middle East, and I don't know, he just he just couldn't stop killing. Never understood it. But he was a very good dog trainer, and it's been like 2 years since I've heard from him. He's a Alaska veteran. And then like everyone who
Do,
wants that war to continue on
do
needs
you think
to.
he might be listening to hear your shout out?
No, but I figured you would, Stanley.
Okay. Well, this is about a 20-minute long White House video. They of course uh did a video of Trump's speech. Who knows? It might actually be a pain to MBS. 20 minutes, and the title of the video is President Trump and the First Lady participate in a dinner with the Prince of Saudi Arabia, which is just a horrible sentence. There are no English majors or basket weaving degrees in this way.
You said I couldn't say that word on this channel.
Well,
Basket
you
weaving.
can't. I didn't say I couldn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and First Lady Melania Trump, accompanied by the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Is that a live band, Stanley?
I suppose.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. What an honor.
What an honor.
Well, it is a very special occasion, and it is indeed my honor to welcome to the White House
And let me ask you a question. Now, this is just me, but it actually kind of seems that MBS kind of looks like Zoran Mamdani. Do you think that maybe, maybe that's why the president was kind of, why it's such an honor? And then the other thing, and I'm kind of shocked at this. No one has talked about, the traditional kind of tribal formal garb that MBS and his associate who's still standing here is. No one said anything about that. Fucking JD Vance didn't get pissed off and fuss at not dressing appropriately for a Oval Office meeting. So maybe Zelensky should have worn headdress, and maybe that would have been appropriate.
great friend and a man of leadership, vision, courage, and strength.
What's up,
His Royal
Black Knight?
Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we had a big day today, a very big day for both countries. We've gotten to know each other well over the years, and he has become a true partner for peace and prosperity for our countries and for the world and for peace in the Middle East.
My
was a
favorite
crowning
partner,
achievement for both of
true
us.
partner,
And I just
true
want to
blue
say
partner,
that
my favorite
Crown
partner.
Prince Mohammed, we're delighted to have you with us at the White House. Very special, very, very special. I'd like to also express my gratitude to our wonderful First Lady for organizing this beautiful evening. She worked hard on it. Thank you very much, Melania. Thank you. And we're pleased to be joined as well by Vice President J.D. Vance and his magnificent wife, Usha. Thank you. Thank you, J.D. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and his wife, Kelly. Thank you, Mike, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. Princess Rima. Thank you, Princess Rima. Such an incredible representative of your country. And you really are. We really appreciate it. Great job you do. And members of the Saudi delegation, we want to thank you very much for being with us. We spent a lot of time with you today in the cabinet. You're extremely good negotiators, that I can tell you. So I want to thank you. And we have so many other unbelievable dignitaries. I won't talk too much about you because we'll be here all night. This room is loaded up with the biggest leaders in the world, business, sports. You know, my son is a big fan of Ronaldo, wherever Ronaldo is here. Ronaldo. And Barron got to meet him, and I think he respects his father a little bit more now. Just the fact that
Stanley, who in the fuck is Ronaldo?
Being here, thank you very much. Really an honor. But I want to thank everybody because you have the biggest business leaders in the world. You have the biggest leaders politically anywhere in the world.
He's a football player.
And I think it's a group that
Oh.
maybe to this extent has never come together quite like this. I only wish we had about 2,000 more seats. We would have filled every one of them 2 times over. But very soon you'll be having that. And we'll have to do another one in about 2 years from now. But we really do. We appreciate it very much. It's a special privilege to welcome His Royal Highness to Washington this year as we mark the 80th anniversary of the first meeting between U.S. President and a Saudi king. 8 decades ago in 1945, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt met with the Crown Prince's own grandfather, the founder of the Saudi Arabian incredible country. And that was King Abdul Aziz on the deck of the U.S. Navy cruiser, and a beautiful one at that. And it's become known for that meeting all over the world. The two became immediate and warm friends. And in fact, when
No,
we were
you
walking
can't
down
let that Arab
Presidential
on
Walk
there.
of Fame today, I said, so which one, other than Trump, of course, because Trump absolutely is number one in this category, meaning friend to Saudi Arabia. I said, which is the greatest of the president's friends of Saudi Arabia? And I think you said very truly, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Now, he's a Democrat, so I don't know, but I understood it, and it's true. He was a great friend, and right now you have the best friend you've ever had. But ever since, our countries have been enduring partners, and together this evening, we're making that partnership closer and stronger than ever before. And we've never had the relationship, our countries, like this. We had four great years, but things happened today, and documents were signed, and we went through a lot during the first 9 months. And we have a very different Middle East than we had when I first came into office, like I would say day and night. As I saw during my wonderful visit to the kingdom in May, with the Crown Prince's help, Saudi Arabia has made extraordinary strides and grown into an economic engine and really a modern day miracle, an amazing transformation, and all for the good. This opening up of the new avenues of cooperation between the United States and Saudi Arabia is really unprecedented. And on that trip, Saudi Arabia announced that it will invest an incredible $600 billion. That means jobs. It means jobs. It's also good for your companies, but I'm only interested in the jobs for your country. I'm not interested in the profits, but I guess the profits are there too. But $600 billion in the United States. And today I said, any way you can up that? And he said, I am going to up that to $1 trillion. So he's investing $1 trillion into the United States.
Dude, this is just like, I don't know. I understand that it's America first. And, the money that actually, this is a promissory note. It's not like, the money's here right now or we're waiting for the check to clear. But Trump just seems so fucking obsequious. Dude, MBS must be the dom in that relationship. I don't like seeing an American president just up there fucking being so obsequious. Where's the regal stance? Where's the statesman like, oh hey, we appreciate it, but this is not even a meeting of equals. The United States is the United States, and this is just, I don't like the posture. I don't like the fucking obsequiousness. Dude, he's acting like Saudi Arabia is doing us a fucking favor. I don't like it.
When in reality, we're going to be doing them a favor by selling them F-35 jets. And I don't like that idea. That's a fifth generation fighter that only the United States of America should have, not Saudi Arabia, not Israel, not none of them. Because the F-35.
Let me point out the title of the show, Prelude to I Told You So. This, maybe starting Thanksgiving, my holiday season is basically a countdown to I Told You So. This motherfucker's a failure. And this obsequious ass-kissing speech that he's doing for MBS is un-American. And Renato, you can fucking say I have TDS all you want, but dude, I am seeing someone who's kissing ass instead of acting like he's okay, motherfucker. Do not interrupt when I'm talking. What I'm seeing is someone who's not okay, dude. What I'm seeing is someone not acting presidential. It's too praiseworthy or too praising, too obsequious. I use that word. That's actually the only word I can think of. Fuck MBS.
Well,
this dude
F-35 should not be on the market.
I don't give a fuck about F-35s. I'm not talking about F-35s. I'm talking about the behavior of this president of the United States being too, dude. If I just landed from Mars, I would think the president of the United States is introducing the king of the United States or the crown prince of the United States. Too much time fucking praising someone who is a murderer, basically. Un-American is my take.
And when I was in Saudi Arabia, he looked at me, and I've used his name all over the place because he was the first to say it.
Dude,
a lot of people have said it after.
I'm not going to even bother talking
ago,
about this comment, Ryan. You just think about what you just wrote.
Country anywhere in the world. We are the hottest country anywhere
it's
in the
called
world
strategy.
right now. So I want to thank you for giving me one of the most
it's
effective
called
lines
I just got a bunch of
and
fucking
I quote
money
you, and I quote some others, but I always put
into
you up at top.
my
Many
bank
people said
account.
that. This week, we're also signing exciting agreements on civil nuclear energy, critical minerals, and artificial intelligence, numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. And Jensen, I want to thank you. You had a great meeting of NVIDIA, wherever you may be. And I want to thank Tim Cook and Apple for all of the money that you're investing in the United States. They're both investing $600 billion. And we have numerous other companies in the room that are likewise investing large sums.
Oh, is
because
that
they
John?
believe in what
Hey,
we are doing
Slick,
and
is that
what's
John
taking place,
Galt?
this miracle that's taken place
Why
in
is
the
he?
USA.
Why is? Please
Together,
tell me that's
these
not John
will
Galt.
come together. We're going to have support the many thousands of American jobs that have been created and help
He
solidify the
suddenly
USA
went
in the
off
world
air last
leader.
night.
We're really now by far the
Stanley.
world
Who did?
leader in technology, and nobody even
John
questions
Galt.
it. Advanced manufacturing and
Oh,
other vital
no.
industries. They were
Hopefully he's
saying
okay.
2-3 years ago when the country was really
Yeah, me
losing
too.
business, not gaining business,
He
that we'll never
seemed
be
a little
manufacturers again.
tipsy.
We'll never be doing any of these businesses
He was
again.
a little
That are coming
tipsy,
back to
Stanley.
us in record numbers, AI
Well, that's
plants, but
standard
maybe
operating
even most
procedure.
importantly, in a sense, the auto plants. They're all pouring back into the United States. And I have to say, because of tariffs, I'll also say because of November 5th, the election. But because of the tariffs, they're coming back. We have the head of Ford, we have the head of General Motors in the room, and their stock has gone through the roof because what I did with tariffs last week on
Oh no, we're
certain
gonna
kinds
have to.
of
Are we gonna have
vehicles.
to
I won't get
listen
into
to
it.
Trump talk about everything he's done? All he's doing is trying to like talk about the shit he thinks is important. Nobody gives a fuck about any of this shit. What they're caring about. And I just bought, some groceries for Thanksgiving. Now,
Oh yeah, what'd you get,
the only
Stanley?
thing, I'm not gonna read you the receipt.
Why
The
not?
only thing that I've actually can confirm that's come down way down was turkeys. I got like a fucking 12-pound turkey for like $7.
12 pounds? Oh my
Well,
God, Stanley.
they're 3
You're
people.
gonna be cooking that all day, man.
No, I won't. I know how to cook. And so what if I cook all day? Well, I
You
mean,
gonna stuff it?
I've told the story about like the first time I cooked Christmas dinner. The first Christmas my wife and I, well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but it was kind of because I knew her parents. I'd met them, several times, but the special guest was her grandmother, and I'd never met her grandmother. Pretty much, I think she was kind of the only one I hadn't met. So anyway, I think I've told people the response, can't she find a white guy or white man? Well, the thing is, but you know what I did? I'm like, well, I'll teach you about who she found. I fucking ordered a Christmas goose, and it did take me 10 hours to roast it. But the thing is I got it right because I used thermometers mainly. But I got the motherfucker right. I basically cooked the whole Christmas dinner myself. Now I woke up at like
Damn.
7 and I woke up at 7 in the morning. So, by the time we sat down to dinner, I was tired as shit. But no, I pulled it off. So this is who your daughter's, involved with. I can do this. And not only that, I paid for it all. It wasn't like anyway, I tried to cook to impress, and of course I did it. The fucking goose was perfect.
You put
'Cause
it in the smoker, Stanley?
no, why would I smoke a goose? Damn thing was
Why
like 40
not?
pounds. It was like 40 pounds.
Damn.
It was a big goose. And like I said, you know what? If you look,
40
cooking a
pounds.
I don't know if it was 40, but it was more than 20. But we had a
Oh,
bunch of
shit.
people. It was a Christmas dinner. We probably had like 30 people there. I literally cooked for 30 people.
Did
Which
you
is
cut it
not,
up?
no, I did it the traditional way. That's why it took 10 hours.
So who was the butcher?
I ordered it. I had it shipped from Canada on dry ice.
A goose?
Yes.
Damn. So you didn't slice it up, or you just
Well, at the
tore it
table,
apart like monsters?
we carved it.
Yeah, carving.
Well, yeah, once it was done, how else are you going to eat it?
Yeah, so did you do the carving, Stanley?
I think my father-in-law did. I don't think I did. I To be
Oh, your
honest, I don't.
father-in-law carved it?
Well, it was at my father-in-law's and my mother, my parents-in-law's house. He's the man of the house. Why wouldn't he carve it?
So what you doing this year, Stanley? You gonna carve the big turkey? You
You mean
should
this
show
year?
us cooking the turkey.
You mean this year?
That Yeah, that'd be content. You
You know
said
what? My son,
you
my son
cleaned
might.
your
Well,
oven
no, I'm
out.
not. I'm not doing it online, but probably have my son do it. I'm not sure he's. I
See,
know he's carved. I know he's
he's
carved
coming
it.
over today.
No, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they have school today. But anyway, let's not get distracted. I don't even know why I stopped the video now. So let's continue it. And I don't know. It's 9 minutes into a 20-minute speech. I think I've made my point. Shayna, basically said that Trump just basically wants to be popular. My point about this speech is it's not presidential. It's almost an embarrassment how just deferential he is. It's like he's the warm-up act for a fucking murderer. And I'm just unimpressed with Trump. It was a mistake to elect Trump, and hence the title of the show, Prelude to I Told You So. Pretty much after Thanksgiving, it's going to be we're going to end the year with a whole bunch of episodes called I Told You So. And there are, several news articles and then just show notes here. I think we're going to watch a Shamika Michelle video, though I had other videos I wanted to show, but she did one. Her 2 o'clock show today seems really interesting. So we'll watch at least a little bit of it, if not all of it, depending on how interesting it is. There's some tidbits in here about the Trump fuck ups. Dude is just his administration is a goddamn disaster. And there will be several articles that kind of reemphasize my point. And you can agree with me or not. I don't really care. This show tends to be a little political.
Sounds like a basket
Yeah,
load of
I
shit.
don't need to be interrupted when mid speech, sir. This show is fairly political, um, especially during the week. So you don't have to agree with me, but I'm going to say what I want to say. I think Trump was a mistake. The first term, to me, like,
Oh,
why
and
would
you'd rather have
I
Kamala.
do not understand why I must be as host and like the show is my show. I don't understand why I have to be interrupted.
You'd rather have
This
Kamala?
is not a power sharing agreement. There is no democracy on my panel. Why do you keep interrupting me?
You'd rather
Okay, I do
we
not
have
understand
Kamala
why.
Harris,
See
the cackling hen?
what you're trying to do is power your dumbass point into the conversation, and I'm not
Well,
having it.
you complain about Trump,
I do
but
not. I'm not complaining. I'm pointing out the obvious.
Oh, that
The
Kamala is
motherfucker
a cackling
pres-
loser.
he is not presidential. He is deferential to
He's your president, motherfucker.
You know what? He's my president, and I'm thoroughly ashamed that you people voted him in and foisted him upon me.
And you'd rather have Kamala.
Absolutely.
What
Now
a joke.
looks like we're about to have some 2-on-1 action. So it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal for me. And I welcome the challenge.
All right. So let's start off with this.
Oh, let's start off with greeting the host.
I'm just kidding. How you doing, Stanley? How you doing, buddy? Happy
Pretty
Thanksgiving, happy Turkey Day coming up. So,
it's not here. Oh, by the way,
hold on.
just quickly, another show note.
Yeah,
I think I'm doing a Thanksgiving show tomorrow night around
All right.
8:30 or
Nice.
9 o'clock. Just some history stuff, some turkey videos, and it won't be long.
stuff.
So if I do an afternoon show tomorrow, it's going to be fairly short, and then the late show that'll be short too. I might do a Thanksgiving show if I get bored, but that's not going to be a guarantee.
Okay.
So, but we'll talk about it as it comes closer. So, Ryan, I know you at least you didn't come in hot like your buddy JB Smooth.
No, I'm not. No. I know, but look, I'm wishy-washy on Trump. But I do know that the overall strategy, there's two strategies in the Middle East. The Obama idea was to empower Iran to check the other countries. So you have like this Iranian-Saudi struggle because they're like opposite, right? And they check each other. That was his idea. That's one set of thinking. The other set of thinking is the opposite, just weaken Iran and let Turkey and Saudi run it.
Okay,
So,
why do you think it was Obama's original idea? They're different sects, if that's the right word. Clarice, correct me if there's a better word than sects. And I mean,
do you mean in the Middle East?
Hold on, let me finish. Iran is Shia, and
Yes.
and Iraq is Sunni. So putting one in the Saudis are damn it, they're
Shia.
Sunni.
Or hold on,
they're
Sunni.
Sunni.
Yeah, they're Sunni. They're Sunni. Yeah, that's right.
So that Iran is different. Oh, you do? Okay, thank you, Class. I don't want to be, me. I don't, I want to be correct. I don't want to be offensive. The other thing is Iran, they're Persians, and the
They're not Arabs. That's right.
So I mean, there are two reasons for Saudi to be,
But it
it
wasn't Obama's idea. It was
adverse to Iran, and Barack Obama didn't invent that rift.
No, of course. And it was more the strategy of the time, and his that he adopted was, okay, we want to get the hell out of there, which we've wanted to for 20 years. So, some in the geopolitical strategy camp said, okay, if we let Iran and Saudi Arabia check each other, in other words, just struggle amongst each other, we can get the hell out of there, and they'll keep each other in check. And which, some can, and that's why we were trying to give Iran a little bit of room on the enrichment program and things like that. Which that was one way to look at it. The other way to look at it was just weaken Iran and let Saudi and Turkey dominate Iran, and so we can get out of there. Which Trump is of the other mindset, which is the other strategy camp.
Okay, well,
within government, they have these thinkers.
Hey, I apologize about Iraq, but Iraq is Sunni versus Shia. I got that wrong. It's been a while since I've even thought about it. So thank you, Clarence. I'm glad you're
And there's
here.
more sex
Absolutely.
than that too. There's like 20. There's a bunch of different sects there. You got
Yeah,
Sunni,
and
Shia.
I've
Then
never
they
been
break down
able
in
to
that.
keep it up. The only thing I know, if I were Muslim, I would be, I would be, I would probably be more mystical. Damn it. I would be,
Secular.
God damn it. Wait,
Secular.
no, what's the, my mind is just, dude, this is so annoying. Um,
It's
the
called
words on the
aphasia.
tip of my tongue.
It's called
No,
aphasia.
I would be what's the mystical version of Islam, which I love, the whirling dervishes. Oh, dude, I love that shit. Sufism, dude,
Yeah, Sufi.
I
Sufi.
would do that, dude. It's awesome. I have a
Yeah, if you
friend of
ever read
mine.
like Rumi
I've read Rumi. I
is
know
a
who he
mullah.
is.
Yeah, he's a mullah. So I've read some of that. But
He a mullah? I didn't know that. I
yeah,
know him as a poet.
well, he learned from a mullah, and I can't. He learned from. I think he was a mullah too, maybe. I don't know, but I know that he was like a Khalil Gibran or one of these, you know, philosopher poet, from the Middle East. So.
As everyone should be. He was a learned man. So
But
anyway, let's
Stanley,
move on.
what I'm saying. Okay, let me just finish what I'm saying. My whole point is, Trump's approach is Turk-Saudi alliance with Israel, right? They're gonna go patrol Gaza, so the Israelis aren't going to do that, and so that's why we're trying to bolster Saudi. Now, is Saudi great human rights people? No, they're not. But it's like we've got to align with somebody to get out of there and let them manage the area because we don't want to. So Trump's just
so you really
he's doing
think that the word bolster is the right term for Saudi for what we're doing with Saudi Arabia?
I think that we're saying, hey, we're picking the Saudis and the Turks, and we're going to let them basically run the show in the Middle East, and we're going to get up out of there.
Let me
That's
tell
what I
you
think.
something. If the roles were reversed and Iran had a lot of oil, it would easily be the other way. Trump
Iran does have a lot of oil.
Not as much as Saudi. Iran really doesn't. They don't have the refining capacity, etc. A lot of
And they're
that was
aligned with the Russians.
right. But
They're aligned with
the point I'm trying to make is that it could easily be the other way around. I think that because you remember the Shah, okay, Iran was an ally, Western ally for quite some time.
Absolutely.
Before like 1979, 79, whatever it was. So Iran was a huge ally of the West. So it could very easily be the other way around. It's really religion that is avoiding that. It would be really interesting if the Iranian Revolution had never happened, just to see which side a Trump would pick.
I think that
it is.
I don't think that we're doing it though. I mean, it's like, do you think Obama wanted to align with the Iranians? He didn't. We're doing it.
What I'm trying to get to, Ryan,
strategy
is that Trump is he's corrupt. Okay. See, Trump thinks the national interest and his personal interests can align.
I can't speak.
I also let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Okay.
Okay. Part of being the consummate deal maker is it's always got to have something in it for the person making the deal. So I actually understand why, Trump's family's making the deal. And his point is, oh, I leave it to my sons. I don't have much to do with it. I guarantee you that Eric and Donald Jr., they're not men. they're Trump's sons. They have no identity. Um, um, they are constantly in Donald Trump Sr.'s shadow. And once Donald Trump is out of the picture, those boys are just, it's almost going to be Roman in how profligate, how decadent, how fucking obscenely perverted those two boys are.
Yeah.
They're gonna fucking crack up when Donald Trump, in my opinion, has been kind of the steadying force in both those two degenerates' lives.
I mean, he is their dad.
Struggling. They have been struggling to be men and seen as men for quite some time. And I have reasons for thinking this that are actually all public knowledge, the exotic hunting trips and all that shit. Fucking going on a safari is not manly.
I think they're just wealthy kids, like a lot of wealthy kids. Like, this is what they do.
You're absolutely right. Trustafarians who live in the shadow of,
I told you what that was, Stanley. Don't even start. I told you what that was.
Trustafarians living in the shadow.
I told you what it was.
Okay,
give me some credit.
Understand why I can't get a sentence out, Ryan.
Can I say something real quick?
Don't be a 12th man. Yeah,
right,
sure, say something when I'm done.
All right, go ahead.
The two boys are living in the shadow of their great man father, and basically what Donald Trump has done all his life is, keep the hot sun off of them. Okay, those two boys will crack up once Donald Trump is gone.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. They're rich kids. That's what happens to rich kids. Look at the Gettys. Within two generations, the Gettys blew every penny.
Kids. I'm not sure. I think that rich kid phenomenon. If you raise your kids to actually let me give you a good. And I know I said, but let me sneak this in. One thing that I really admire Bill Gates for, he's arranged it so his kids don't inherit a whole fucking lot of money. I'm sure
I think they get $1 million.
Right. And you know what? That he was conscious enough to arrange it that way, that has always kind of stood out in my mind. And I have problems with Bill Gates, of course I do, but that particular point has always kind of put him in good stead, in my opinion. So go ahead. I'm listening. Be right back. And then we'll talk about Jimmy Cliff.
Yeah. So Jimmy Cliff's a good one. Yeah. So I used to I used to see the Dead, and I used to see the Grateful Dead, and way back in the day, I go to like a Ziggy Marley concert. I'm talking like the 90s and shit here, 80s, and I'd go see Fish after that. And all these fucking assholes so you'd have all these assholes that, generally speaking, would have plenty of money, and they're like peace, love, and all this bullshit. And yeah, man, like they're down with capitalism, all that nonsense. And meanwhile, they have they had the very best technology. They had nice vehicles, all this shit. And then you find out later that they're against the man, they're against capitalism, and you find out later that they're not Rastafarians, they're on their dad's trust, and that's why they're called Trustafarians. And which I always thought was such a funny term, because these fucking rich kids, I mean, look at New York. All these rich kids voted Mondami. Meanwhile, they're very entitled. Most of them, they're going to NYU, for Christ's sake. How'd they get into that fucking school? It takes money to do all this shit. None of these people work. They vote Mondami in because they have this idea of a communist, we're just all going to live amongst each other. That shit doesn't work, because ultimately human nature takes over, power emerges, and there's some form of power that's going to run the place, because that's just human dynamics. That's the way it is. So Trustafarian is a good term. And I think, fuck the rich kids. But eventually they fall because they go to pot. They end up like the Gettys. all their kids ended up on drugs and shit and end up just failing because they don't have the hustle that granddaddy had. That's the way it works in America. So, you don't stay at the top of the heap for long. Within a couple generations, you're at the bottom if you don't
Well,
get your
that's
shit
if you're
right.
an immigrant. And I
What?
suspect, look, uh, and I'll make this brief. I had a friend of mine. I was in the dorms, and it was a hallmate, and this guy, both his parents were Atlanta neurosurgeons.
Yeah.
And talk about basket weaving degrees. His major was German. And I have no clue if he even finished college or not. But this motherfucker wasn't, he wasn't a starving student. So, I was kind of going through, I guess it's kind of a left wing phase, which is kind of funny because I was in Army ROTC at the time. But, I every kid goes through their Marx phase. So, one night we're sitting around in the dorms, fucking drinking beer, and he and his roommate were just fucking high. And I don't mean high off weed. It was just like, these motherfuckers used to, dude had money. He could do the designer stuff. The thing is, though, he was actually smart. His roommate was a fucking wasteoid. But anyway, one day, I kind of said, well, I made some weird capitalism is bad point. And he said something, and this is like 40 years later. Motherfuckers wasted, motherfucker, two neurosurgeon parents. But he looked at me and said, there's nothing particularly wrong with capitalism. If you're the head of a family, you're going to do what you got to do to make sure your family is successful and, doesn't have to go through any, strife or pain or, suffering that they don't have to go through. And to me, that was a perfect justification of why you want to go out and take care of your family. You do what you got to do to take care of your family, and let's hold on 1 second. Hopefully, it doesn't have to be criminal behavior, but if you have the ability, there's nothing wrong with making $1 million a year. There's nothing wrong with being a billionaire. Now, here I am 40 years later. The problem with being a billionaire is that, dude, there's almost no way you can run in Amazon and fucking be a good parent. I don't see how that's possible. To be that motivated to make $1 billion, show me a good billionaire who's a family man, and I will change my mind.
That's right.
None of the ones. I mean, everyone from Michael Jordan to fucking Magic Johnson, even to, Bill Gates is the only one in my, and no, I don't know about, what's his name?
He's not a good family man.
The dude who is, God damn it, the dude who is, Buffett, Warren Buffett. I don't know. He's always been fairly private. I don't know a lot. I don't even know if he has kids. But the bottom line is that I don't think it's possible to be like world-class successful billionaire class and actually, because you're working all the time. You got obligations. So, but anyway, my point is that you do what you need to do to take care of your family. Nothing wrong with being rich up until the point, like if I made $5 million, by the time I was 30, I think you could probably live a pretty decent life as a capitalist. With $5 million, you certainly wouldn't be starving. I'd retire at 30 and just do what the fuck I want to do. Um, how much
Probably get
money
bored
is
though.
too much is basically the question. And I think there is enough money that you can make, and that's enough to live fairly decently. And, you know, if you want 10 children, maybe 5 million wouldn't be enough, make 10 million. But there
Well,
are
the issue
limits.
now, though,
There are
Stanley, in America,
limits. In my opinion, there are limits. There can be too much money. There is a point when you've got enough money. And then you turn to other things besides the accumulation of capital.
yeah. The thing is, in America,
I
and
in my opinion, Cool Fred, uh I don't think Magic's a good family man, but it's my opinion.
um, Stanley, I think in America, my issue, and so a lot of people's issue, and your issue, right? A lot of people have it good enough to where you have to try to prevent not starvation and poverty, but it's actually your kids from being entitled. I was very much
Well,
about,
yeah,
you know
well, I
what?
mean,
It's about
that's the
preventing the fucking
parenting.
entitlement now.
When I say good parenting, yeah, that's all included. Family
Yeah.
man includes good parenting.
Yeah. Kids can be entitled now. We have it so good in America. Like you can make your kids real entitled and then they think they're owed everything. And that's just as bad as the opposite, you know? So, in my opinion, I think it's terrible because then they're spoiled
Right.
brats their whole life and think the world owes them shit and the world doesn't owe them anything, you know?
Well,
So,
I can't help but think that that's a parenting issue. So
it is,
anyway,
yeah, sure.
let's move on. I got a bunch of news articles, and again, the initial culmination will be this Shamika Michelle video.
Okay.
I don't even remember what the damn video is. Anyway, Jimmy Cliff, unfortunately, has left us. The Jamaican
Jimmy Cliff
reggae
passed
star
away,
had
huh?
a break.
No shit.
Yeah,
Wow.
the Jamaican reggae star had a breakout performance in the 1972 film "The Harder They Come," playing a singer turned outlaw. So, yeah, you know, in a way, it kind of hits me as in, God damn it, I'm getting old.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
All these staples of my collegehood are fucking are passing on. So we'll play a couple minutes of this, you know, just the first paragraph or three, and they'll
Make money
probably be a
predicting football
goddamn commercial.
nationwide with Kalshi. Kalshi is the only platform that lets you
Lead role in the 1970s.
Oops.
Jimmy Cliff, who helped introduce reggae to the world, dies at 81. A news story written by Phil Davison and read by Helen, an AI-generated voice. Jimmy Cliff, the Jamaican reggae star whose lead role in the 1972 cult movie sensation The Harder They Come helped introduce the pulsating island dance beat to a global audience, has died. He was 81. The cause was pneumonia following a seizure, said his wife, Latifah Chambers, in an Instagram post on Monday announcing the death. Mr. Cliff's recording and performing career spanned 7 decades, and he was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2010. At the ceremony, Wyclef Jean, a Haitian musician and friend of Mr. Cliff's, described the singer-songwriter as an inspiration to generations of Caribbean performers, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds who aspired to international recognition. Abandoned by his mother soon after he was born, Mr. Cliff left his rural home at 13 and moved to the shantytown slums of Kingston, Jamaica's capital city, with musical ambitions. He was captivated by the sounds of mento, Jamaican folk music that influenced ska, rocksteady, and reggae, emanating from private homes, sound machines, and makeshift recording studios. Throughout his teen years, Mr. Cliff wrote songs and performed in talent contests. Backed by noted producers including Leslie Kong and Chris Blackwell, he proved adept at the versatility of the reggae template, which could veer from raw to sensual and was influenced by American soul and calypso. Mr. Cliff emerged as a hitmaker in Jamaica and made early inroads to exporting the homegrown music to England, the United States, and Africa, although he would eventually become overshadowed by his contemporary Bob Marley. It's a music of resistance, a need for recognition, identity, and respect, Mr. Cliff later explained of reggae's universal appeal. Bob Dylan once described Mr. Cliff's Vietnam, 1969, as one of the most powerful protest songs of all time. To a jaunty beat, Mr. Cliff sings the word Vietnam 38 times, an insistent word of refrain as he recounts the story of a young soldier who will never come home. It was just the next day his mother got a telegram. It was addressed from Vietnam. "Don't be alarmed," she told me, the telegram said, "but Mistress Brown, your son is dead." Mr. Cliff also had hits with his covers of Cat Stevens's Wild World in 1970 and Johnny Nash's I Can See Clearly Now, which he recorded for the 1993 sports comedy Cool Runnings about a Jamaican bobsled team. That soundtrack selection reached number 18 on the Billboard Hot 100 and rose to number 1 in France. More than any one song, it was a low-budget Jamaican crime drama, The Harder They Come, released in the United States in 1973, that carried Mr. Cliff to fame and brought Caribbean music, culture, and folklore, as well as the island's patois, to international prominence. Mr. Cliff played a young man from the countryside, Ivanhoe Martin, who aspires to a career as a singer, but whose encounters with shady music executives and abusive police transform him into a gun-toting, street-savvy desperado. The depiction of armed resistance against the police in particular made Martin, and hence Mr. Cliff, a hero among poor Jamaicans who were regularly harassed by the authorities for petty offenses. In no small part because of Mr. Cliff's performance, Marley followed up on that theme with his 1973 song, I Shot the Sheriff. The Harder They Come became an underdog phenomenon at the Venice Film Festival and rode a quickly rising tide of interest in Jamaican acts, such as Marley and the Ska, and rocksteady group Toots and the Maytals. Although The Harder They Come was met with mixed reviews from American critics and was a commercial flop in the United States, it drew a devoted following over the decades at revival houses, film societies, and college campuses, with its outlaw theme and a soundtrack that included the titular song as well as You Can Get It If You Really Want, and Many Rivers to Cross. All songs were written by Mr. Cliff, and the last was later covered by entertainers as varied as John Lennon, Linda Ronstadt, Bruce Springsteen, Annie Lennox, and Cher. Mr. Cliff's Martin character shared a name with a...
Yeah, I'm gonna, excuse me, I'm gonna stop it right here. So I'm gonna move on to the next one. You know what? I think I'm gonna have to skip ahead here. Let me play this video right quick because my beer is about to arrive and we can't be late for that. Or you know what? Better. Let's just go ahead and play the rest of this article. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
With a real-life Jamaican gangster from the 1940s who had become a folkloric anti-hero. When I was a little boy, I used to hear about him as being a bad man, he told Variety in 2023. A real bad man. No one in Jamaica at that time had guns, but he had guns and shot a policeman, so he was someone to be feared. Well, I may not be a bad man, but I have known a lot of bad men, Mr. Cliff added. When I got to Kingston, I was among those types of people a lot. When I was shooting the movie, I even got a chance to speak to them, ask them if they would do what I was doing in the movie. I am a man of peace, but I knew plenty of people who were not. Ambition as high as a cliff. One of 10 siblings, Mr. Cliff was born James Chambers in Somerton, near Montego Bay, on July 30th, 1944. His father supplemented his income as a tailor by working as a farm laborer. By his own description, Mr. Cliff was the star of his church choir and earned money selling newspapers on the street and singing headlines to draw customers until he moved to Kingston. I didn't know what I was supposed to do and I had no future at all, he told the authors of the 1977 book, Reggae Bloodlines. What was I supposed to do with my life? Work in a banana field? Cut cane? I came to Kingston to go to night school and learn a trade, but my intention was to sing because I was always singing good in school. He settled in a rough part of the city called Trenchtown and began playing guitar and hanging around recording studios, usually single rooms with a microphone, a reel-to-reel tape recorder, and dozens of pot-smoking musicians. He gave himself a new identity, choosing the surname Cliff because the geographical feature matched the height of his ambitions. He entered musical talent contests and wrote a simple rhyming song called Dearest Beverly to ingratiate himself with Kong, a Chinese Jamaican entrepreneur who owned a local hangout and record shop called Beverly's. Intrigued by the song's marketing potential, Kong also saw raw talent in the teenage singer and set up a recording studio to cut more sides by Mr. Cliff. Among their hits were Hurricane Hattie, about a major storm that had struck the Caribbean in 1961, King of Kings, and Miss Jamaica. In addition to singing, Mr. Cliff was a musical scout and said he introduced Marley to Kong, who recorded some of Marley's early cuts. To promote tourism, the Jamaican government sponsored an international trip in 1964 by Mr. Cliff and other leading cultural figures from the island. Blackwell, the president of Island Records, which had offices in Kingston and London, saw Mr. Cliff on that tour and signed him with the hope of making him a star in England after Blackwell's star Millie Small had a novelty hit with My Boy Lollipop. Mr. Cliff said he wanted to stay in the United States after playing at the 1964 World's Fair in New York, but Blackwell argued that he would face less competition in England. Their mutual expectations for stardom went unfulfilled, and Mr. Cliff found himself broke for a time. The independent-minded Mr. Cliff was never entirely comfortable being pigeonholed as a reggae performer or being too linked to any one producer. I didn't really want to be known just as the king of reggae, he told the Washington Post in 2004. I actually wanted to be known as the king of music. During his period of struggle, he wrote the gospel
The king of
Many
pop.
Rivers to Cross and Wonderful World, Beautiful People, the latter inspired by a visit to Brazil that turned into a year-long stay. Over the years, he moved around from label to label and experimented with strings and other instrumentation, as well as soul and rock sounds, pushing the boundaries of the music.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to dig out. I think the only Jimmy Cliff I have right now is literally on CD and cassette tape, and I actually have all my, all those old CDs I had in college, and I got a lot of vinyl. I think I might even have a cassette player, but anyway, sorry about that. But we. Mission accomplished, I guess is is what I'll say. So this is the reason for the title of the show, Prelude to I Told You So. Federal judge dismisses indictments against Letitia James and James Comey, saying Lindsay Halligan appointment was unlawful. And the bottom line is, if it didn't come to the appointment being unlawful, it was gonna be malicious malicious prosecution. Trump has hired a bunch of weak, fourth tier thinkers, educated people, etc. And this is why he's spending so much time overseas, because the people overseas don't know who the fuck he is. He just announced today that next April he's planning on visiting Xi in in China. The dude is failing on the domestic front. Even his border and immigration policies, they're not popular. The motherfucker's abusing people, and Americans are being inconvenienced, if not outright abused, just to get people out of here. And can't remember, there was a story I was going to do yesterday and didn't get around to, about a child who had they deported his mother accidentally. And, she they grabbed her before she could get to the immigration. It was like if she'd gone to the hearing, she probably would have been legal. They didn't even do due process. Trump is a fuck up on this domestic policy stuff. for some reason or another, between the tariffs and having MBS, over for dinner. He seems to be more interested in what's going on foreign policy wise. In America, I don't think any president outside of maybe a war, like if there's a hot war going on, that kind of changes the calculus. But Americans don't care about foreign policy. So anyway, let's watch this video. If it'll play.
We have learned that the Justice Department's case against former FBI Director Jim Comey and the New York Attorney General have both been dismissed. CNN's Caitlin Polans is covering this. Caitlin, okay, what happened here? I don't know which case you want to take first.
Well, they both are being dismissed, and for essentially the same reason that Lindsay Halligan, the Eastern District of Virginia interim U.S. attorney sent there by Donald Trump, not Senate confirmed, that she doesn't have the power. What the judge here has found, this is Judge Cameron Curry from South Carolina. She came into the district, heard arguments from both of the lawyers on these cases against Lindsay Halligan's role. They argued that she didn't have the power because she wasn't Senate confirmed, and thus these indictments are invalid. The judge is agreeing with that. Judge Curry is saying that the Attorney General's attempt to install Ms. Halligan as interim U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia was invalid. And because Ms. Halligan had no lawful authority to present the indictment, James Comey's motion is granted, the indictment is dismissed. Now, the judge does mention that this is without prejudice. So in legal speak, that means that it could be
they can
brought
retry
back by another prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia if they took it through the grand jury again. But everything Lindsay Halligan did at the end of September, beginning of October, and since then, this judge is saying she couldn't have done that. She didn't have the authority. She was not confirmed by Congress, by the U.S. Senate as the Eastern District of Virginia's U.S. attorney. And thus, the president went out of his bounds, and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, also overstepped her bounds in sending Lindsay Halligan into this district to get these indictments against both Comey and James.
And can I raise a question with Comey? I know that she had made, at least the judge pointed out, a serious error when it came to the grand jury. So what we're saying now is even that mistake that everyone had been talking about, it's moot, because essentially what I'm hearing you say is they're saying she shouldn't have been in the job in the first place.
It may be moot, yes. We still are waiting to see if Judge Nachmanoff, the presiding judge over this case, what he does. He hasn't actually entered into the record yet that the cases are dismissed. We just have this other order from the judge saying that the indictment against James should be dismissed. The indictment against Comey should be dismissed. We'll see what this other judge does now with that. But this isn't about, Audie, what you are bringing up, what Lindsay Halligan may have done with the grand jury in getting the indictment of James Comey through to the magistrate judge after they had voted down one of the charges against Comey and only secured 2 charges against him. There was that big hiccup, but it isn't what's being addressed here. This is solely about, did the Department of Justice formally take the pains it needed to get someone into the position of U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia? And this judge, Judge Curry, she says they did not. And so everything that interim U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan has done, it's invalid.
Does this mean this is done? Can these charges come back?
Hadi, there are always appeals. This is at the district court level. And so it is very likely that whatever happens next will be kicking around in appeals for months, if not years.
Well, that's an L for the Trump administration, and it didn't have to be. Trump is sloppy. He's actually acting like an emperor, because he decrees it, because he sends forth his herald to bring the message. The judicial system, the judicial branch is supposed to go, hey, the king sent it to us, or the emperor sent it to us. Therefore, we must give it serious consideration. Dude, we got 3 more years of this bullshit. So next story again. Trump just the motherfuckers are sloppy. Pentagon says it's investigating Senator Mark Kelly for a video urging troops to defy illegal orders. He did nothing of the sort. The Pentagon is investigating Senator Mark Kelly for urging troops to reject unlawful orders in a video with other lawmakers. The department's statement indicated Kelly's comments might harm loyalty, morale, or good order and discipline of the armed forces. A review has started to determine further actions, which could include court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. In the video, Kelly and 5 other lawmakers urged the military to refuse illegal orders. President Trump described it as seditious behavior at the highest level. Trump doesn't even know what sedition means, and he should, because he did it. Sedition requires violence. Mark Kelly did no violence, but Trump did. So, Trump, I thought he would be an expert on seditious behavior, but apparently he hasn't learned shit. So, this literally just hit my phone. So the Pentagon says it will investigate Senator Mark Kelly after controversial video. And all they're going to do is investigate, and it will wind up being dismissed. Sedition is not what he did. Oops.
Is your business prepared for the year ahead?
Investigate Senator Mark Kelly after controversial video. A news story written by Noah Robertson and Tara Kopp and read by Rachel, an AI-generated voice. The Pentagon has launched an investigation into Mark Kelly after purportedly receiving serious allegations of misconduct against the Democratic senator from Arizona, an extraordinary use of authority to investigate a combat veteran and prominent critic of the Trump administration. The announcement Monday follows a video posted last week in which Kelly and 5 other Democratic colleagues reminded U.S. service members of their duty to disobey unlawful orders, responding to concerns within the armed forces and Congress that the Pentagon's strikes against alleged drug smugglers around Latin America violate the laws of war. Their foolish screed sows doubt and confusion, which only puts our warriors in danger, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said in a social media post on Monday, responding to the Pentagon's initial statement announcing the probe. Hegseth said Kelly is the only lawmaker of the 6 who falls under the Uniform Code of Military Justice and thus is the only one.
Right. He's a retired captain. He might have even made star. Let's see. He might have made admiral because he was an astronaut. He had a twin brother. They were both Navy captains. And generally, oh, okay. I thought that was just for flag rank, but apparently 06s, if you retire, you can be recalled. So now tell me how this is not retribution. Okay, to do what the Pentagon says it's going to do, they have to recall him back to active duty. They have to call him out of retirement. Now, the motherfucker is a duly elected senator. There are several ways this is going to go away. All the White House is doing, and White House via the Pentagon, they're just doing it out of spite. You cannot. The man did what he did as an elected and sitting senator. He's gonna be protected just because he's a senator. And recalling him to active duty, that's a lead balloon. Again, total incompetence. All they're doing is a dust up. And see, here's the deal. Constantly pulling stunts like this and losing somebody is literally going to sit here and do a body count or a tally, whatever you want to call it. Trump loses constantly in the judicial system. There are like 5 different ways this is not going to work. Putting him under the UCMJ as a sitting senator, it's going to be at a minimum a fucking it's going to be damn it, I can't remember the term. It's a conflict between branches. It's a separation of powers thing. They're not going to be able to do it. He's a sitting senator. The executive cannot interfere with a person who's a senator doing his duty. It's just not going to work. These motherfuckers act like the Constitution is just some sort of advice and not the law. So anyway, here's the next silly idea. White House weighs leaflet drop advertising Maduro bounty. So these motherfuckers are going to fly over Venezuela and drop leaflets. They're basically going to go, oh, hey, we'll give you $50,000 if you do harm to the Venezuelan president. What the fuck? Who came up with this shit? So we're going to put people, I guess you could send a drone. So you may not be putting like a human pilot in harm's way. This past week, U.S. officials told Reuters the United States government is poised to launch a new phase of Venezuela-related operations in the coming days. But Reuters could not confirm if President Donald Trump made a final decision. The administration has argued the measures respond to Maduro's alleged drug roll and says it is weighing options. While U.S. officials say the Cartel de los Soles will be designated Monday, it doesn't exist. It's kind of like Antifa. It's a thing, but it's not a thing. 2 U.S. officials said covert operations would likely begin the campaign while the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group arrived November 16th with at least 7 other warships, a nuclear submarine, and F-35 aircraft. They got fucking submarines? God damn. Wow. On Friday, U.S. Federal Aviation Administration warned major airlines of a potentially hazardous situation over Venezuela, and 3 international airlines canceled flights on Saturday. U.S. troops have carried out at least 21 strikes, killing at least 83 people, with human rights groups condemning the actions. Dude, this is just fucking... in harm's way in Venezuela. Anytime you violate a country's international airspace, Fred, you're putting yourself in harm's way. They do have air defenses. So I don't know what to say. Are you saying it'll be a cakewalk? Are you saying no one's going to be shooting at the invasion of airspace? Yes, harm's way. Cool, Fred. The hell are they going to do? Well, you know what? They're going to shoot. Now, whether the bullets hit, whether the missiles hit, but anytime someone shoots a missile at you, yeah, it's kind of dangerous. If someone fires a bullet and you're wearing a bulletproof vest, what if it's a headshot? Bulletproof vests, while they are protection, are not a guarantee you survive someone aiming a pistol at you or a rifle at you. There are always chinks in the armor. So I'm approaching it from that way. Yeah, harm's way, sir. If people are shooting at you, it's harm's way. So let's just wade through some more fucking foreign policy fuck uppery. Lawmakers say Rubio distanced U.S. from peace plan. This, whatever it is Trump is trying to do with this Ukraine Russia affair, it's like struggle logic and desperation. Trump is just trying to get a Nobel Peace Prize, it seems. So we got lawmakers say Rubio distanced U.S. from peace plan. Then Rubio insists peace plan is by U.S. amid claim it's Russia's wish list. Which is it, sir? Why are there rumors? Why is this just motherfucker? Who the fuck is coming up? I thought Rubio was like the most sane member of Trump's cabinet. And he may be just, trying to defend the indefensible. So my confidence in Rubio isn't shaken yet, but this is just an example of just Trump is just fucking running the most unstable administration in U.S. history. It's like no one really knows. Like, is it by the U.S.? Is it from Russia? And they gave it to the U.S. Trump is a fucking catastrophe on foreign policy. And he's real unpopular at home. And again, hence the title of the show, Prelude to I Told You So. Trump's government efficiency department disbands 8 months before mandate ends. So Doge is disbanding. On November 23rd, the Department of Government Efficiency disbanded with 8 months left on its mandate, ending an initiative symbolizing U.S. President Donald Trump's pledge to shrink the government. Oh, okay. Mission accomplished. Officials say Doge's decline began this summer despite President Donald Trump's executive order extending it through July 2026, and Elon Musk left the administration earlier this year. Several former Doge staff, including Zachary Terrell and Rachel Riley, moved into government roles. Musk promoted Doge with, "This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy." The Office of Personnel Management has absorbed many Doge functions like it wasn't there the whole time. With Scott Cooper, OPM director, saying there is no target around reductions anymore. While Liz Houston, White House spokesman, said President Donald Trump continues reducing waste. Republican states, including Idaho and Florida, are creating local Doge-like entities as the White House Budget Office assigns Scott Langmack to develop AI tools for regulatory cuts. Dude, AI. Oh, boy. So this is, in my opinion, interesting, and hopefully this has been happening the whole time. Border Patrol is monitoring U.S. drivers and detaining those with suspicious travel patterns. So let's listen to this. It's only, this is only a minute or so, but let's see if this is at least enlightening.
New this morning, a bombshell report by the Associated
My
Press
damn
revealing
volume's
a
low.
secretive Border Patrol program tracking millions of drivers. It's leading to
Turn
traffic
up your
stops and
volume,
arrests,
folks.
all based on your route. ABC 7 News reporter Gloria Rodriguez is live at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza with more on these findings. Gloria.
Yes, well, the AP found that Border Patrol is monitoring millions of Americans with a secretive program that includes surveillance on some of our roads. And the report details agents are using the cameras to identify drivers with what they believe are suspicious travel patterns. Then drivers are being pulled over and questioned, sometimes even detained. And this is happening along both the Mexico and Canadian borders, along with states across the country, including California. And it's not clear if the program is in the Bay Area, but the government is partnering with several surveillance companies, including Flock, which is used in Oakland and San Jose. And U.S. Customs and Border Protection, which is Border Patrol's parent agency, said to the AP, for national security reasons, we do not detail the specific operational applications, adding it is legally allowed to operate anywhere in the U.S. And the Border Patrol has for years kept details of its license plate reader program hidden, trying to keep any mention of it out of court documents and also police reports. Live at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza, Gloria Rodriguez, ABC 7 News.
All right. Well, as a matter of fact, thank you for that, DiCapriono. I'm going to add that to the show title. So the show's going to be called Prelude to I Told You So, No Doge Check Edition. So salute there. Salute, DiCapriono. Good to have you aboard. So, Costa Rican official says country willing to
holding a hearing on whether to deport Gilmar.
Costa Rican official says country willing to accept Abrego Garcia, contradicting Trump administration officials. Well, you know that the Trump administration can't get shit right should be a surprise to no one, sir. So let's listen to this video.
A federal judge is holding a hearing on whether to deport Gilmar Abrego Garcia to another country. The Trump administration said it mistakenly deported Abrego Garcia to a notorious El Salvador prison in March. The government then brought him back to the U.S. to face human trafficking charges, which he pleaded not guilty to. And now the government's trying to deport him again, possibly to Uganda or Eswatini. Immigration attorney Frank Symphorian Savage's here for more on that. Frank, thank you for coming on. So the administration's asking to delay all deadlines in this case due to the government shutdown. Abrego Garcia's attorneys say that shows it's unlikely he'll be deported in the foreseeable future. So how do you see this playing out?
Well, it's actually quite ironic that the government's position in this case, essentially in having him removed, gave rise to his asylum claim. The fact that usually he previously was denied asylum because he didn't file within 1 year of his arrival. But the government's speed and haste in moving him to El Salvador without any means of due process essentially gave him a second opportunity to request asylum from El Salvador. And arguably, it also provided some real substantial grounds for that, given that we don't have any information on the circumstances of his detention in El Salvador. He alleges that he was subject to torture and beatings and so forth. And so it's quite ironic that the government's own removal of him to El Salvador gave rise to his asylum claim. And I think...
How the fuck is it ironic? Dude, we all know that the Trump administration part deux is incompetent. And sir, you look silly with that bow tie and the jerry curl, the close cut jerry curl. Just lose the hair, son. You'll look more masculine.
It's quite a compelling case on the surface, obviously.
I should call him Du Bois Jr. W.E.B. Du Bois Jr. Just go ahead and shave the head, man. It's 2025.
We'll have to see how it plays out in court. But I think it probably prevents the government and is likely to give him a significant ground to prevail on these attempts to remove him to a third country.
The This comes after the judge denied Abrego Garcia's motion to reopen his original immigration case and seek asylum in the U.S. So how unusual is it for an immigrant to be deported somewhere so far from their native country? And what does this judge need to consider?
Extremely rare. I mean, in 18 years of practicing law, I've never seen a person removed to a third country. It's one of those things that, you used to read about in law books, but never really actually occurred. Unfortunately, this judge is supposed to follow the law and is supposed to consider his fears of going back to El Salvador. With regards to Uganda, because it's so rare, there's not a lot of principles in law. There's not a lot of precedents to follow. But I do think there's a significant issue here that the court needs to consider with regards to his removal to El Salvador, again, because that gave rise to a new claim of asylum and allows him to seek protection regardless of any other country that offers him an opportunity to go there. So I think the court has to grapple with that issue. Was he actually executed the prior removal order? Because essentially when the government removed him, it essentially ended that prior proceeding, in my view, and it allowed him to file a new asylum application. And so although the court denied the case, obviously this is an administrative court that is an appointee by the president. So it's not surprising that the court would deny his claim to reopen the case. But I do think when the case eventually gets up to the circuit courts, I think he's going to have a significant opportunity there to reassert his asylum claim anew, and perhaps to have his case reopened and considered based on the circumstances of his removal to El Salvador.
And later this week, another judge is set to hear arguments on whether or not the government engaged in a vindictive prosecution in the human trafficking case against Abrego Garcia. What are you watching for there?
Well, it's quite surprising in some ways because the standard is so onerous on defendants that seek to raise this vindictive prosecution standard. But what is, again, ironic here is that the government, the court, the defendants are using the government's own statements, Todd Blanche statements in regards to the reasons why they initiated this prosecution immediately when the district court judge in Maryland granted a stay or required the government to bring him back, prompted the initiation of this criminal proceeding for a case from 2022 that was long forgotten, was dead, and really had no reasons to come to life again, but for the proceeding in Maryland. So I'm looking for the government's testimony as to how they intend to, attack or respond to the defendant's significant arguments that this is the only reason this case came forward, and that is because Judge Zinnes required the government to bring him back. And but for that action, this proceeding would never happen. And it's funny because it's actually the government's own statements, Todd Blanche statement in public statement, which usually you don't have administrations publicly commenting on pending matters. And this is probably the reason why. This is a good example why it's unwise to comment publicly on pending cases. And so I look forward to seeing how the government was going to respond. There's probably going to be depositions. There's going to be a discovery. There's going to be probably a significant hearing. Is Todd Blanche going to testify? Is the government going to exert executive privilege, preventing him from testifying? And additionally, is the government attorney for the district court that refused to bring forward these charges and resign, will he be required to testify? That's going to be quite interesting to see to what extent, the government the defendants are able to get that additional testimony supporting their grounds for the selective prosecution and dismissal of this case.
Frank Sinforian Saavedra, we appreciate it as always. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Federal judge.
I'm rather curious to know with the Abrego Garcia was a welder. I'm curious to know, how his family's doing, what they're living on. Without I don't know if he was the major breadwinner, but let's just assume. America's just, his two daughters are American citizens. His wife, American citizen. they are being hurt by this vindictive bullshit that Donald Trump is pulling here. Exceptions should be made if American citizens are even inconvenienced, in my opinion. So here, it says here, a top Costa Rican official said the country is still willing to accept Kilmar Abrego Garcia, contradicting statements made by U.S. government officials in court earlier this week. Prelude to I Told You So. We have been renamed thanks to our friend DiCaprio. This is now Prelude to I Told You So, no Doge check edition. So shout out to DiCaprio now. Witnesses expose unusual tactics used to prop up mortgage fraud cases. Well, again, Letitia James had a suspicious mortgage fraud charge, but we heard that's been thrown out because the woman who brought the charge just fucked up. However, they're trying to get Adam Schiff too. And apparently, whoever's making these mortgage fraud charges are doing some tricky stuff here. A witness in Senator Adam Schiff's case exposed surprising revelations about Trump officials and their attempts to reach an indictment. Fourth rate, Trump will be known as the chicanery president.
Sell your home with Mark Spain Real Estate and get
All
the
right,
strongest
well,
cap.
A news story
hop
written by
ahead.
Rachel Siegel and Perry Stein and read by Rebecca, an AI-generated voice. A witness's testimony to federal investigators is highlighting the unconventional and sometimes erratic nature of the Trump administration's attempt to prosecute Democrats on charges of mortgage fraud. Justice Department official Ed Martin, Federal Housing Finance Agency Director Bill Polt, and their allies have used direct messages to strangers on social media and out-of-the-blue phone calls to try to build cases against Senator Adam Schiff, Democrat California, according to an account given to prosecutors by GOP congressional candidate and real estate agent Christine Bish. Prosecutors spent more than an hour questioning Bish on Thursday about her communications with Martin, Polta, and others, appearing to focus on whether these officials divulged information about the criminal investigation into Schiff to unauthorized people, she told the Washington Post. A subpoena issued to Bish and reviewed by the Post also shows that investigators appear focused on anyone with whom she communicated who claimed to be affiliated with Martin and Polta. Now, her experience is providing an unexpected window into how inexperienced Trump loyalists in top administration positions are wielding their power. For example, when President Donald Trump accused Schiff of mortgage fraud in July, he posted a document on Truth Social that he said proved Schiff was a thief. That quickly blew up Bish's phone, and she recognized the document as one of hundreds she sent to an administration tip line collecting information about alleged mortgage fraud. Until then, Bish wasn't sure if her April email caught anyone's attention in Washington, she told the Post on Friday. But she knew Trump's post drew from her files because of the highlights marking up the page. Trump had posted the document with the most yellow on it, she said. Martin and Polte are not being investigated by a grand jury, according to a person familiar with the investigation, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they weren't authorized to discuss it publicly. Grand jury probes are just one way that officials can investigate conduct, though they are a necessary step in securing indictments. Yet Bish's brief visit to Washington and accompanying media blitz showed how Polte, Martin, and their confidants are operating. And it revealed potential weaknesses in the mortgage fraud case against Schiff, one of the president's Democratic foes. In a statement, a Justice Department spokesperson said that this Department of Justice is united as one team to execute on our mission to follow the facts in every case, prosecute crime, and make America safe again. White House spokesman Davis Ingalls said Trump is committed to making housing fair and improve affordability for all Americans. A representative for Schiff declined to comment.
Polta and the FHFA did not respond to questions about how tips are reviewed or vetted once they are sent in to the FHFA, or how Trump would have received Bish's document. On social media and in television interviews, Polta routinely encourages people to send information to fraud tips at fhfa.gov.
Yeah, we'll just stop it here because it's going to get too deep in the weeds. But anyway, just will they bring charges against Schiff with this story out and about? Hopefully they do. So Trump can fail again. This motherfucker is just incompetent. That's why he's overseas all the time, just so he doesn't have to see these newspaper headlines, apparently. So, next, more fuck-uppery. Oh, wait, hold it. Look who's here. Hey, JB, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
Let me preface this. Before you get all wound up, yesterday Mike and I had a little encounter, and at least as of now, because I always go soft and all that stuff, but that motherfucker's banned for a month. So let me just give you the mood I'm in this Thanksgiving week. Mind your manners and behave like an adult.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you to do.
Other than no, again, I don't really care. Just mind your manners. So other than that, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm wonderful. But
Good for you.
I sure hate that about Mikey, though.
Yeah, well, you know what? He'll survive, and like I said,
he just doesn't listen.
I'm a softie. Who knows? Maybe I'll change my mind, but it'll be after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't
this is a show about Trump's fuck ups. Did you see the title of it?
Yep.
Of the show?
Yeah.
Oh, good. So this is the latest of Trump's, nominating Patel for fucking FBI director was a fuck up. But let's talk about Patel. And I actually predict he's not gonna, if he lasts to the new year, he's not gonna last much farther or much longer afterwards. Because he is incompetent. And Patel under scrutiny for use of SWAT teams to protect his girlfriend. She's not even his wife. The FBI director's travel on government jets has contributed to growing questions inside the administration, not outside, inside the administration, about whether he is using taxpayer-funded resources inappropriately. So let's listen to a little bit of this. He does have a cute girlfriend, I'll give him
Patel
that.
under scrutiny for use of SWAT teams to protect his girlfriend. This article is by Alan Feuer, Adam Goldman, and Glenn Thrush, and read by an automated voice. When Alexis Wilkins, an aspiring country singer dating the FBI director, Kash Patel, sang the Star-Spangled
She's an
Banner at the
aspiring
National Rifle
country
Association's
singer.
annual convention in Atlanta in the spring, she arrived with a formidable protective posse, a SWAT team from the Bureau's local field office. The two agents, members of a specialized unit trained to storm barricaded buildings and rescue hostages, had been sent there on Mr. Patel's orders. But seeing that the event at the Georgia World Congress Center had been secured, and that Ms. Wilkins was in no apparent danger, they left before the event was over, according to 6 people with knowledge of the incident. She noticed, so did her boyfriend. Soon after, Mr. Patel ripped into the team's commander, saying that his girlfriend had been left without taxpayer-funded defenders, and slamming what he saw as failure to communicate their movements up the chain of command during her time on the convention floor, where she sang and chatted with attendees, the people said. He was concerned that Ms. Wilkins, a high-profile conservative, might be attacked by people who had threatened her online.
Mr. Patel's heavy use of taxpayer-funded resources during his first 9 months on the job has contributed to growing questions inside the administration about whether it exceeds the bounds of standard practice. This includes an intense use of security to protect himself and his girlfriend. He has also used a government jet for some of his recreational travel, such as a golf trip with buddies to a private resort in Scotland over the summer. Directors must fly on government aircraft for their travel because of required access to secure communications equipment, but using government jets for business trips or to return home if they have left settled lives in other parts of the country to serve in Washington requires planning and coordination. Government security protection for Ms. Wilkins to attend events or performances has drawn particular attention, including criticism from some of the same right-wing online personalities who supported his efforts to shake up the Bureau. Is she considered Cash's spouse? Grace Chong, an influencer who works for a Trump ally, Stephen K. Bannon, asked on X recently about Ms. Wilkins's use of Bureau resources. Is that why she's getting protection? Because if not, then why are we paying for this? The officials and others interviewed for this article spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retribution, or because they were not authorized to discuss the matters publicly. The director has his own security detail that protects Ms. Wilkins if the two travel together. But current and former FBI officials said that the use of SWAT agents to protect Mr. Patel's girlfriend was highly unusual, given their specialized and often dangerous duties, such as executing high-risk warrants and investigating cases. SWAT teams do not receive extensive training in VIP protection at the FBI Academy, but have been used to supplement the director's security detail in certain circumstances, such as a trip Mr. Patel took to Britain in May or another that one of his predecessors, Robert S. Mueller III, once took to Iraq. The current and former officials said that the cornerstone of VIP protection lay in advanced planning, but Mr. Patel's reliance on tactical teams around the country appears to be done on an ad hoc basis, with agents in some instances getting little notice before being dispatched to protect Ms. Wilkins, they said. Mr. Patel's use of these resources has drawn sharp criticism from some former agents, including Christopher O'Leary, a former Marine who as a senior FBI agent oversaw a specialized team that conducted high-risk missions. His abusive and excessive use of the GV jet for his personal adventures and the assignment of SWAT-qualified special agents to guard his girlfriend are indicative of his lack of leadership experience, judgment, and humility, he added, referring to the Gulfstream model of Mr. Patel's government plane. Former officials with expertise in tactical operations have also raised legal concerns. It was unclear if members of the SWAT team assigned to Ms. Wilkins would be afforded protection against civil liability, akin to what other federal agents who might use deadly force as part of their official duties receive, according to several people with knowledge of those discussions. When SWAT teams go on missions, agents are supposed to make plans describing the parameters of the operation, except in emergencies, former officials said. All of this comes at a time of potentially deep cuts to the FBI's budget. In May, Mr. Patel told senators that he backed a White House proposal to slash his agency's budget by about $500 million, an abrupt about-face after requesting additional funding. Ben Williamson, a spokesman for Mr. Patel, said his spending on transportation was comparable to that of his recent predecessors, Christopher A. Wray and James B. Comey. He declined to provide details about Ms. Wilkins's travel and security or an accounting of what was spent on them, but said that everything being done on her behalf was justified by threats she faces. He took issue with the determination by agents on the team that Ms. Wilkins was out of danger at the NRA convention. Ms. Wilkins is receiving a protective detail because she has faced hundreds of credible death threats related to her relationship with Director Patel, Mr. Williamson said in a statement, adding, "Bad faith criticisms of FBI travel will not deter the Bureau from our mission." The incident in Atlanta was not the first time that SWAT team members had been used to protect Ms. Wilkins, 27, who has been in a relationship with Mr. Patel, 45, for about 3 years. SWAT team resources have been diverted to protect Ms. Wilkins several times in recent months, including in Nashville, where she lives, as first reported by MS Now. In late September, Bureau officials recalled agents on the tactical team to the FBI office in Salt Lake City, even after they had worked long hours in the wake of the killing of a longtime Trump ally, Charlie Kirk, in Utah. They were
Yeah, this motherfucker. Trump is incompetent, and he has he has just appointed a bunch of just fucking. This dude is just. I don't even know how to describe him other than just incompetent.
Stanley, why you
So,
got a problem
okay,
with Trump?
what I need to do is finish what I'm saying. I'm not a Trump fan, is why. So,
Oh,
if you
keep
can
going.
hold your horses. This is Lisa Donnelly. This is a cartoon she drew on Substack, and don't know if you can actually see it that well, but the title of the cartoon. I'm a big fan of political cartoonage. Trump strikes out again, and I'm sure she's talking about the several stories that I've just read to you. And on this desk, there are two signs. One says "There is no buck," and the other sign says "So it can't stop here." Dude, this Trump is a fuck up. So anyway, again, to remind everyone, this is the prelude to I Told You So. And now, thanks to DiCapriono, it is the no Doge check. Oh, you know why there will be no Doge checks? Just out of curiosity, JB?
Why?
Well, because they just shut Doge down today. You didn't hear?
I don't believe it.
Dude, you don't believe they shut Doge down?
I ain't see it.
Yeah, well, motherfucker, I did. I just
Don't.
literally did. I just literally did a Washington Post story on Doge going away. 8 months early.
Wow.
Yeah, your boy's a fuck up.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. He is a deep sycophantic fuck up. I actually think Saudi Arabia is going to take over the White House. So, next story is this slap in the face to rural America is a chance to turn. I'm not interested in what you have to say.
So why
would I
ask me
be?
a question?
Oh, it was a rhetorical question. My bad.
Well, let me reply back to it.
Why would you reply to a rhetorical question?
Because I want you to understand where I'm coming from.
I don't really care where you're coming from.
Damn.
Dude, accept the Trump. Accept the responsibility that, and I don't know, I never asked you who you voted for. So I don't know whether you voted. I don't know whether you voted for Trump or not.
You
but
know
to
I did
all the people who voted for Trump, it's on you, buddy.
You gonna let me talk a little?
Nah, not interested in what you have to say.
That's messed up, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
That is wrong.
Well, I mean, I'm hearing these responses. As far as Trump is concerned,
Trump is amazing.
No, I'm not that interested. You have Trump is lazy.
He's amazing.
He is amazing. I'll give you that. So this slap in the face to rural America is a chance to turn it blue. Now, I think Andy Bashir, he's a potential 2028 Democratic, presidential nominee race or whatever. And I'm not exactly sure what the fuck the Trump the administration did, but I didn't read this article.
It seems like you a Trump hater, Stanley.
No, I don't hate Trump. I don't know him personally.
Oh, okay.
He's just not my cup of tea. I don't
Okay.
like I don't like incompetent presidents, and I don't like incompetent presidents that nominate incompetent people like Kash Patel and what's her name, Kelly, whatever her name is. Oh, did you hear that the charges against Letitia James and James Comey have been dropped today?
Yeah, I'm so happy about that.
Okay, well, the thing is why were the charges brought in the first place? Trump can't even appoint someone. The judge literally said she was appointed illegally. I'm
No,
like,
I don't buy it.
what kind of bullshit is that?
I
It's
don't
like
buy it.
Trump can't even figure out how to get what he wants.
Trump
That's
knows
the
how to get
horrible thing.
everything, Sam.
And yet he gets nothing. Comey and Letitia James. Now, it was without prejudice, so he can appoint someone else if he can figure out how to appoint someone legally. He might be able to actually bring it to trial. But if I were Trump, I'd leave this alone because there is a second way. If it wasn't the easier of the ways to disallow this prosecution was to just say that she was appointed illegally. Malicious prosecution will be the next thing that a case brought against these two. Pretty much every case that Trump brings against James and Comey, and then it looks like they're trying to do Mark. What's his name from Arizona, and Adam Schiff. None of these are going to wind up going to trial because Trump is obviously got a vendetta. The dude is just weak.
Stanley, can I come to your house for Thanksgiving, bud?
Yeah, find it. I'll see you here.
Okay.
You know what day Thanksgiving is, right?
Hell no. I'll be eating Thanksgiving every day.
I see. So anyway, let's listen to this opinion piece. Andy Beshear is the governor of Kentucky, by the way.
You're listening to This Slap in the Face to Rural America is a Chance to Turn It Blue, an opinion piece written by Andy Beshear and read by Anthony, an AI-generated voice. Andy Beshear is governor of Kentucky and incoming chair of the Democratic Governors Association. As we watch the consequences of the Trump presidency play out in real time, Democrats face a critical inflection point. We must meet this moment with urgency and focus, and with the clear and tangible vision it requires. Democrats won huge victories up and down the ballot this month. We won statewide in Georgia, held the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, broke the supermajority in the Mississippi State Senate, and took 2 gubernatorial elections by double-digit margins. In New Jersey and Virginia, Mickey Sherrill and Abigail Spanberger won by relentlessly focusing on the pocketbook pressures families across our country are facing. What we saw in these wins was a direct repudiation of the Trump agenda. But we still have to grapple with the fact that the Democratic Party has lost ground in many parts of the country, especially in rural America, where President Donald Trump's tariffs and one big ugly bill threaten to devastate local economies. Tackling affordability is not enough. To truly lead again, Democrats must be the party of aspiration. When I look at our country, what worries me is the widespread belief that the American dream is unattainable, even dead. This is the same American dream. The promise that if you work hard and play by the rules, you can get ahead. That has inspired generations and lifted America to great heights. This concern transcends party lines. Families know how much their grocery and utility bills have gone up, and how unaffordable rent or the mortgage is getting. But they also know that the vacation they took as children has slipped out of reach. Democrats should be the party that will make it possible to build a better life. One in which you're not just making ends meet, but setting your family up for long-term success. Trump has given Democrats a huge opening. He is making it so much harder for people to even get by. During the government shutdown, he was willing to use the hunger of Americans, including children and seniors, as a bargaining chip. It was cruel and wrong, and importantly, It backfired. His one big ugly bill will kick 17 million Americans, including 200,000 Kentuckians, off their health care and threatens to close 35 rural hospitals in the state and 338 nationwide. His tariffs are jacking up prices across the board for no reason. Let's look at that ugly bill, the worst bill I've seen in my lifetime. It's a slap in the face to rural America. Rural maternal health centers will be forced to close, which means that women will have to drive hours to give birth. Workforce productivity will drop as people who used to be able to see a specialist in their community are forced to travel at the cost of a day's work for an appointment. In Kentucky alone, Trump's bill could translate into lost jobs for 20,000 healthcare workers. Rural economies, countless coffee shops, local banks, insurance agencies will take a hit. All of that moves the American dream even further out of reach. By focusing on reviving it, Democrats can win back voters who have been leaving the party in droves. When I first ran for governor in 2019, I narrowly won Henderson County. Since then, we've opened the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill there, with 320 jobs that start at almost $40 an hour, including benefits. This mill is in a former coal town that, like too many places in my state, had felt forgotten. That paper mill resurrected the American dream for 320 families. And in 2023, I won Henderson County by double digits. That's part of what Democrats can do to win in the areas that have been slipping away. Another is to start talking like normal human beings again. We're not going to win the messaging battle if we say that Trump's policies make people food insecure. No, they make people hungry. Kentucky was hit hard by the opioid epidemic. I didn't lose friends and acquaintances to substance use disorder. I lost them to addiction. Addiction is hard, it's mean, and it kills people. So when people triumph over it, we should give them the credit they deserve by calling it what it is. Finally, we have to start communicating our why. For me, it's my faith. I vetoed the nastiest piece of anti-LGBTQ legislation in the country, knowing full well that the Republicans in the Kentucky legislature passed it to use in an election year. But tens of millions of dollars of misleading attack ads against me didn't work. Why? Because I gave Kentuckians the respect of explaining my veto, that I believe all children are children of God, and that I didn't think the legislature should be picking on vulnerable kids. Democrats are good at explaining our what. Let's get good at explaining our why. That's how we will win back the American people. We have to do the hard work of convincing American families that Democrats are the party committed to addressing their day-to-day concerns, that we believe in a brighter future for their children, and that we will always give them straight talk. That we will do, in other words, what Donald Trump and the Republicans have shown they will not.
Yeah, this actually kind of goes back to what I said a while ago. Trump is going to China next April. He's been all over the world chasing a prize he will never get. All the while, his popularity in the United States is at rock bottom, even from his first administration. He needs to take care of Americans. He is a poor. He's not following his own America First policy.
Yes,
Doesn't seem like America First is even on his mind as kind of an orientation of his attitude. He doesn't give a fuck. We literally watched him walk out with his wife in MBS. Mohammed bin is it Salman? Can't remember the crown prince of Saudi Arabia's last name. This motherfucker let his wife and the crown prince of Saudi Arabia walk out with him when they were playing Hail to the Chief. It may not be a protocol issue, but why the fuck would you let a crown prince of Saudi Arabia walk out when their Hail to the Chief is for the American president? And MBS is not the American president. And, his wife is tolerable. If the president walks out with the first lady, that's fine. But another fucking foreign leader, and then you get up there and you start doing ass kicking in the White House, praising a Saudi Arabian crown prince. It's un-American, it's unpresidential, and it's typical submissive Donald Trump behavior.
No, it's not. That's just what you think, Stan.
No, yeah, of course it is. Donald Trump loves money more than he loves America.
Damn, I can't talk.
I just responded to your ridiculous assertion that no, it's not.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's move on with this news.
This is pissing me off.
I don't give a fuck.
Can't get a word in.
Did you come up here to have your ego stroked? If you're pro-Trump, then you know what my stance is. Expect to be pissed off. I'm not going to give Trump compliments unless I think he's done something right.
He has. But continue.
Oh, motherfucker, do you think I need your permission to continue?
Why you have to cuss me out, Stan?
Okay, I asked you a question, sir.
Damn, I can never talk because of you people, man.
Oh, let me remind you where you're going with this, you people, because I know it's coming.
I wasn't fit to say anything.
Mike did that yesterday. That's why he's out of here for 30 days. So maybe you want to be like Mike. I don't know what's in your head, but my recommendation is don't be like Mike. I don't care if I piss you off. I'm not going to say positive things about a second-tier intellect like Donald Trump. He's not a good president. So anyway, let us move on. Defiant GOP congressman rejects push by party bosses to drop out of Texas primary, scrambling race for Senate majority. This is in Texas. Wait, do I have to actually subscribe? I've watched this before. Well, God damn it. This fucking black conservative, I want to be white wannabe. I can't see this story. Let me reload this. I'm disappointed. God damn it. Well, I am not going to subscribe to CNN. Damn, I played this story before I put it up here. I'll figure it out. Anyway, let us move on to even more disturbing news about MAGA. Orthodox church pews are overflowing with converts to the Orthodox Church in America. A surge of young men drawn to the demanding practice of Christianity. And I'm not going to play this necessarily because I've noticed this trend. There are conservatives who are being drawn to Catholicism, Orthodox churches, and Anglican, not Episcopalian, but Anglican versions of Christianity. And by the way, Episcopalian is just the American version of Anglican. Anglican is basically the Church of England. And my point is all this is just white supremacists that are flowing back to versions of Christianity that have had problems with white supremacy. Again, some of it's obvious. Anglican Church of England. England was eventually like the biggest colonial or imperial European imperial power in the world for centuries. Eastern Orthodox tends to be white supremacist via Russia, specifically, at least in my mind. And I'm not an expert on the Orthodox Church. And then Catholicism and full disclosure, I'm a cradle Catholic, but Catholicism was one of the progenitors of African slavery. And actually Protestantism was took, the Catholic starting slavery and just turned it into the United States and the Caribbean and all that sort of stuff. So, basically this turn to Orthodox Christianity is just a more highfalutin elitist version. If you don't want to be a snake handler or a Southern Baptist, you just convert to the Orthodox Church or Anglicanism or fucking Catholicism. And I have reasons for this opinion, which I won't get into, but all I can say is welcome aboard. It'll fail as well. So these next 3 stories are going to be more like Trump's economy and the failure, the failure from within. So Trump faces same reality as Biden. Americans despise higher prices. Trump is failing economically. And you'll see where I'm going with this in a few minutes. Actually, I don't need to read this story. Yep, Trump and Biden, basically same problems, both age and an economy that's just weird. It's a soft economy. It's not thriving. It's treading water. And an unusual trend in the economy is worrying the Fed. This is kind of rare. And let's see if this video kind of covers the point.
For September was released. This had been held back.
What's
because
up,
of the government
Solid Snake?
shutdown, the longest shutdown in history. But now we know what the job situation was in September. And the news is better than expected. Let's get to Matt Egan on this. What are we seeing?
Well, John, look, we had to wait a very long time for this report, and it's painting a mixed picture about the state of the job market entering the government shutdown. Here's the good news. The good news is the U.S. economy added 119,000 jobs during the month of September. That is well ahead of expectations.
I am not sure why this is timing out here. Huh. Let's try and refresh it.
September was released. This had been held back because of the government shutdown, the longest shutdown in history. But now we know what the job situation was in September. And the news is better than expected. Let's get to Matt Egan on this. What are we seeing?
Well, John, look, we had to wait a very long time for this report, and it's painting a mixed picture about the state of the job market entering the government shutdown. Here's the good news. The good news is the U.S. economy added 119,000 jobs during the month of September. That is well ahead of expectations, which were for around 50,000. It's also well ahead of what's needed to keep the job market on a stable footing. So that is good news. The bad news, though, is the unemployment rate. It goes up from 4.3% unexpectedly rising to 4.4%. That is a fresh 4-year high. So pretty mixed there. We also got some disappointing news in terms of revisions to prior months. Now, as you know, sometimes when new information comes in, they revise the numbers. And so what we saw was that August, and you can see it on this chart, August was revised from slightly positive. It was a weak number of 22,000. Now it's negative 4,000. You see it on that chart going below zero. So that is the second month of the last 4 where the U.S. economy actually lost jobs. So the summer, we knew it was weak. It was actually weaker than we realized. July was also revised a little bit lower. So you can see why people have been concerned, because the U.S. economy had been gaining a lot of jobs each month, and that has really slowed down. But again, the good news, though, is that September was a bigger rebound than anticipated. And digging into some of the sectors here, manufacturing, which is that key sector that the president is trying to prop up with sky-high tariffs, it lost jobs again. Another 6,000 jobs were lost in manufacturing during the month of September. That continues a trend there. However, construction, which had been under some pressure because of immigration, because of tariffs, because of interest rates, gained jobs, and that is an improvement. Healthcare, that's been a go-to sector as far as jobs, also gaining jobs there. One last point here, John. Because we found out that the October jobs report is not getting released, this number is extra important because it's the last full jobs report that the Federal Reserve has before making its last interest rate decision of the year next month.
Do you think this makes it more likely they cut? This shows an economy is okay.
Yeah, let me go ahead and move past this because it's not making the point. The trend this story is talking about, and why they even put the video here, I don't know. But what we're looking at here is something in the U.S. economy isn't adding up, and it's rattling the people charged with wrangling inflation and keeping the labor market intact. U.S. companies have sharply slowed their hiring this year, hesitant to invest without knowing the full effects of Donald Trump's sweeping economic policies. The economy lost jobs in June and August, and the average pace of job gains for the last 3 months, ending up in September, was only around 62,000. So workers' productivity, a key driver of economic output, remains high, and gross domestic product, which captures all the goods and services produced in the economy, has stayed robust. So essentially what we've got here is the divergence between solid economic growth and weak job creation created a particularly challenging environment for policy decisions. So we got people losing a bunch of jobs, and I mentioned a week or two ago that with all these job losses, it feels like a recession, but productivity, all the other indicators are kind of, okay. Prices are high, but people are losing jobs. Inflation is not skyrocketing. So this is probably something, and I'm not an economist, so I'm just going to take a stab in the dark. But this is the first time this has probably ever happened. And it's kind of artificial, the job loss, and then AI on top of that. Who knows? Basically, this just amounts to a soft economy and a lot of uncertainty, which is not good for business. Forecasting, that sort of thing. So, and it's all Donald Trump's fault. No one told him to fucking, throw this pebble in the water. JD Vance said a couple days ago, or maybe it was last Friday, just hold on, everything will work out essentially. They have no fucking clue what they're doing. And, they basically are hoping for the best. And if it doesn't, hey, it doesn't. They're rich. So let's move on. I found this interesting. I actually get this newsletter weekly. It's the Economic Research Service for the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And they keep track of all kinds of weird stuff. So full-time service surpasses limited service restaurant sales. So sounds like people are going to like full service restaurants versus fast food type restaurants. U.S. consumers purchase food away from home at a variety of outlets, including full service restaurants, limited service restaurants, and other outlets such as hotels, drinking places, and other non-commercial establishments. Full service establishments typically offer wait staff, non-disposable dishware, and customers pay after eating, whereas limited service restaurants, fast food restaurants essentially, focus on convenience with minimal staff, limited menus, and fewer dining amenities. So apparently, people are going and preferring sit down restaurants, is more colloquial, I guess, more so than, say, drive through windows and that sort of thing. So I find that kind of fascinating. Um, I'd have to think about it, but could be that being able to DoorDash it is a lot of these fast food restaurants, like pretty much every fast food restaurant in my small town, you can get it DoorDashed. So my guess is that people go to, sit down restaurants for the ambiance. You can sit there with your family or friends or whatever and actually, kind of have a meal. Why go to McDonald's when you can DoorDash it? That's my guess. And it is just my opinion. I don't know for sure. What's up, Kimmy? How you doing? So, and I have not done it the whole show, and we are 2.5 hours in. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new to the show, please subscribe, check it out, make sure it's your thing, and recommend it. We are trying to get monetized, or at least have the option. We are at 257 and have been for the past couple days. So let's try maybe to get to 300 before the end of the year, and then we go from there. The good thing is all the people that are subscribed seem to be able to put up with my stupidity. Yeah, it's the newbies who are just shocked sometimes. How can he say that? How can he take this position? Why doesn't he love Donald Trump? We do. So anyway, and if it's not your thing, that's understandable. I can be an acquired taste. So Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment, and the investment is in quotes. Other show notes, there will probably be a Thanksgiving show, a pre-Thanksgiving show, I guess, tomorrow night. I asked Mo Love if she wanted to kind of come up and co-host with me. So it'll just be some turkey videos, turkey roasting videos, and maybe we'll get into a little bit of the history of Thanksgiving, and it's just going to be mostly shenanigans. It'll be a short show, and the afternoon show for tomorrow, if it even happens, will be fairly short, because my son and father-in-law are supposed to be here, and I still have cleaning to do. Though I think overnight I'm actually going to smoke this half a pork shoulder. Finally got it seasoned and everything, and smoking, using the smoker overnight, because it'll be like a 8 to 10 hour process. It just works better overnight. And let's see what else. Any other show notes that can't think of any other show notes. Oh, hit the link. Might as well at this point. Most of the actual news stories are pretty much over with. I've gotten all the Trump bashing that I want to do out of my system. At least I think I have. And Trump is a failure. It's just not working out. And hence the title of the show. There will be no Doge checks. It might not even be a Christmas. Those dolls with the tariff prices, oh boy, they're going to be expensive. So let us move on. This is something that Dirty Dude sent. I don't know this particular YouTube content creator, but Dirty sent it. It is worth watching. Let's have a look.
Now, if you're not on Twitter or X, if you're lame, you may not have heard about this, but they rolled out a new feature on Friday that caused quite a stir. Something called the About This Account feature. It allows others to see where an account is based, when they join the platform, how often they have changed their username, and how they downloaded the app. And what do you think happened when people went and started looking at some of the largest right-wing mega accounts on Twitter? What do you think they saw?
Bar with the bar, the bang, the dang, dig, set the boogie, sit up, jump the boogie. Bar with the bar, the bang, the dang, dig, set the boogie, sit up, jump the boogie. Bar with the bar, the bang, the dang, dig, set the boogie, sit up, jump the boogie. Bar with the bar, the bang, the dang, dig, set the boogie, sit up, jump the boogie. Bobby Mill.
That's right. Many of them. Many of the biggest. Unmasked as foreign troll accounts. This account has over 1.6 million followers and loves to post about race issues in the U.S. and not in a good way. And it's based out of Japan. Red Pill Media is from Pakistan and Dark MAGA is from Thailand.
Wow.
Apparently. Now, since this all launched, Elon Musk has now removed the feature. Why would you do that? What are we hiding and protecting? I mean, it may just seem silly and laughable.
Well, see, I'm guessing that South Africa was underrepresented in these foreign influencers. So he's got to get his act together.
But again, some of these accounts have over 1 million followers. And you will see actual literal government officials interacting with them. They've called for action on things, and those actions have happened. They are absolutely influencing things. And if they're from another country, what exactly is their interest in how things go down in America? Do you think that's about making sure the American people are great again? Because it's not. Now, if you're not on Twitter or X,
and that's my point. All of a sudden, in the past few months, if not, since last January when Trump got reinaugurated, he seems not to care that much about the United States. The domestic policy has gone to pot, and Trump is all over the world. And, when he comes back, he just fucking, demolishes the White House. I don't know what to think about Trump, except he's just not giving me America First vibes. So, and Zhang Wei, you asked why JB was even allowed up. After Mike last night, I figured, I would just let JB come back up and, kind of give him how this is going to work from now on. I don't like the N word used on my panel. I don't like the variants, the NIGGA. I don't like that shit either. I don't even like ninja, but I gotta go roll with the punches. Most folks here are kind of younger than I am. I just, I'm kind of an old fuddy-duddy. That's why I give as much leeway with the variants of the hard R as I do. And there may come a time when I just, unless it's noodle, or maybe I'll just introduce a whole new lexicon for the N word. You can call me a noodle, but you can't call me a ninja, that sort of thing. But I just allowed JB up. So I want to at least attempt to be even handed. Basically the ultimatum is, if JB comes up and does that hard ER shit, it's just going to be an automatic 30-day. You can be in the chat, but you're not coming up to my panel. So the reason he was allowed back up is so he could hear where we're going with this. So it's as simple as that. You come up and you use the hard ER, especially, in anger, like JB was saying, and it happened a few days ago. I'm saying shit that's pissing him off. Like I give a fuck. You get mad and call someone the hard ER, motherfucker. That is racist. Get the fuck off my panel. And from now on, they're going to be hard consequences. And it won't matter whether it's Mike or JB. You'll get your one warning, like don't do it again. Next time you do it, you're just done. And I'm not going to ask questions. I'm not send me the money. I'm going to use it to pay a bill. But I'm hard ER, especially if I'm saying something that's triggering you. Fuck that. You're just gone. 30 days. You can be in the chat. And even because at least in the chat, I've got moderators. Piss one of them off and they'll take care of it. But up on my panel, you'll just get banned if you're doing that hard ER shit. And stay tuned, because it may just be any racial epithet gets gone. If I call you white, or if I say that's typical white behavior, the host is always going to have carte blanche. And that's a carte blanche. Get the joke? I'm not going to subject myself to my own rules. No one ever said Stanley versus the world was a democracy. But really all I'm asking for is just manners, politeness, cordiality. Don't be a dick is pretty much where I want to go. Why would I deport the Hindus? I know several Hindus and they're all stand up people. We need to do better as Americans, and we just don't. So this weirdling, and I can't figure out, I suspect Fred was like, Stanley, this is what your hair looks like. But I can't say that for sure. I just suspect it. And this video is called When Women Are Guests on a Male Podcast. And by the way, I wish more women would come up here. I tend to actually, these days, women are way more polite with one or two exceptions.
Welcome to the Women Deserve Less podcast. I'm here with 6 OF models in their 30s that read at a second grade level that will never be loved because they are all
look,
whores.
it's gonna be a manosphere sort of
Don't
thing.
talk over me! Damn! Don't talk over me! Please stop talking over me! Jesus! I need all the attention. Stop! Do it again, and I'll slap all of you across your 2 out of 10 faces with my cock. That's what's wrong with the Western woman and the radical left, chat. Women think they should speak. How about nobody speak? unless they're a man. Thank you. So we're here to debate women about topics they know nothing about. So when I ask them questions about things they have no knowledge of, it makes them look dumb. So my first question to you ladies, how many craters were on the moon in 800 BC?
What?
Dumbass bitches! Dumb ass dummies! This is the bar, man. This is the bar. This is why. This is why it is 100 degrees in Arizona year round. Because women are fucking brainless, pathetic morons these days. God! All they care about is money, Miami, Love Island, and cheating. Do any of you airheads have anything to say with some substance that's completely male-centered? Any of you?
I think that women are pretty terrible.
Exactly! Thank you! It's rare to find a woman that makes sense nowadays. But if you ever answer a question I ask without raising your inferior woman hand, or if you speak at all, I'll kill your entire family. Okay, time to take some calls from the 49 Short King hotline. Call in and tell us why women deserve less.
To be a successful life? Sure, go for it.
So I told this bitch, said, look, go grab me a Hawaiian punch. Gave the bitch $5. And told her go walk down to the corner store and go grab that shit right quick. She was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So the bitch walked to the whoop-de-wop. She walk in. She know she looking good. I mean, you know, she looking fly. I mean, she looking real good, you feel me? Cause I'm that guy. Yeah, my name is Sky. If you didn't know, now you know what I'm saying? Anyway. She got 7 G's out this nigga. Like, what? $7,000?
Oh, damn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something about. I guess I'm gonna have to go back to doing mute on the actual app. This mute button, keep forgetting it. So anyway, this video is Killer Mike talking about the history of Haiti and reparations, and Mar disputing Killer Mike, which he should dispute. It's more uh, a Killer Mike problem than Bill Maher. But, in the end, this is a confederacy of dunces. And the former chair of the DNC, I cannot remember her name, Donna something or another. It's literally a confederacy of dunces. But that's entertainment.
Like, how long do the French get to fucking live off Haiti, Libya, West Africa? How long before you got to ante up what's in the Louvre?
The French are still living off Haiti?
Oh, yeah. Haiti
Well,
still has
why
to pay
can't they
reparations.
fix it then?
Why can't Haitians fix it?
No, the French. If the French are still involved.
There's no.
And by the way, the French are still living off Haiti. You could defend that point if you actually know what you're talking about.
Interesting.
They can't-
How,
it's their
don't you
country
read
right
France
now.
Fanon? Did you read Rich of the Earth? You dated enough black women to know this shit. You know that.
Yeah, I mean,
you,
the French.
you got to tell them at night.
The French
baby.
pulled out of
Listen.
Haiti like in 1806.
No,
That's
what I'm
right.
saying
Donna
is Haiti
Brazil,
has been
that's her
punished
name.
since 1806. Frederick Douglass wrote about this too, for being an example that you can without colonizers. And to end colonization is going to take some form of violence. I think anyone who threatens colonies or the colonists are crushed. So whether Gaddafi was ultimately, in my eyes, good or bad,
I mean, the people
he was
who
better
are
than what they have now.
The people who have been repressing the people in Haiti for a very long time are not French.
Shit, me.
They're other Haitians. You don't
They're,
really.
they're Haitians that are put into
Papa
place.
Doc Duvalier
let's
was
not
French.
act like we don't put dictators into place.
Okay, but they're
Help 'em
not
come to
French.
power. Yeah, I was about to say, we help them come to power.
They're
Help 'em
not
come to
French.
power.
They're not Americans. They are Haitians.
So the benefit,
they're Haitians.
No benefits go to the French from Haiti anymore.
Tell me what. I'm not aware
No,
of that.
I'm just saying, Haiti still
tell
has,
me, what's going
as
on
far
there?
as I know, Haiti's still sending money to France, that's all.
Sending
Haiti
money.
is falling apart. That's what I know.
Okay.
And we need to do more to help countries like Haiti, especially.
So what's
now.
to do more? I would say we need to reparate countries we've colonized. There's a payment to be made to help countries get. So we took Libya. What have we done to help their country become democratic and get back in a better state? What have we done to help Haiti do it? Haiti is the reason we got Louisiana and West of that. America really owes Haiti. We kicked the French's ass so bad, it was like, fuck this, we'll sell New Orleans. Y'all have the Saints, y'all have Donna.
I mean, you can stay mad at the past forever, but at some point you got to move forward and make things better in
I'm
the
not
future.
saying I want to move forward. I'm just saying put something in my pocket for your socket. Let me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, let me have something for my move forward. That's
Absolutely asinine. Just a brief thing, and I just know the least you can know about Haiti and make a criticism of Killer Mike's argument. Haiti, when after the Haitian Revolution, the French tried to reconquer Haiti and reinstitute slavery, and they were losing, but it was kind of like a stalemate. So France and Haiti made a deal. Basically, all the slaves, slaves were property back in the 19th century. And one of the things that the U.S. had a huge problem with is even though the North won the Civil War, these people who were slave owners felt that, oh shit, freeing the slaves is literally robbing me of assets. You're taking my property. It didn't matter whether it was moral or morality didn't matter. You're taking my property. So it was kind of the same argument that the Haitian Revolution and the French were making the second time. I think it was Napoleon II or one of the Napoleons. So basically, Haiti paid reparations to France for loss of property. And they basically paid up until oh shoot, I'd have to look it up, but Haiti paid France money for quite some time in reparation for loss of property. A lot of French slave owners, were up in arms. France basically lost a colony, which was a source of revenue. Therefore, Haiti, had to compensate for their freedom. Essentially, Haiti had to pay for its freedom. And that ended. But one of the weird things, the money from Haiti literally created or financed the creation of the modern French banking system. French didn't have a national banking system before Haiti started paying reparations back to France. So essentially, there are people who basically say that, hey, Haiti would be more successful if if colonial France, if the colonizers, the French colonizers, hadn't demanded that the slave owners be compensated. So that's kind of the bare bones of the argument. That Killer Mike still thinks that Haiti's paying money to France in 2025 is wrong. And Bill Maher's typically clueless. And Donna Brazil, she's just trying to avoid getting in the middle of it, which I can't really blame her for. Killer Mike and Bill Maher, and again, Killer Mike is actually more the fool here. He just doesn't know his fucking history. So, it is what it is. And I'm disappointed in Killer Mike because overall, I like Mike. He's not a bad guy. He just doesn't read books, apparently. So, let's see, where are we time-wise? What's up, Richard? Good to see you. Stanley, there is one part that Mike broke down that had me come out of my bed. I was so hyped. I can't remember what it was because of this flu, but when I do, you got to come back and show it. Yeah, of course I will. And I'm sorry you have the flu. Dude, it's early for the flu up there. I know it's fucking cold, Now, your version of cold dirty is different from my version of cold. My thin Savannah blood thinks 40 is cold. I have to live up there. Like I could go out, in short sleeves in 40-degree weather for a very short amount of time, provided there was no snow on the ground and the sun was shining. But bottom line is I'm sorry you have the flu, Be better. Get well soon. Damn it, I got to figure out which part it was. No, anytime you want, just send it to me. Of course, I'll show it. Let's see. Who else is out there? Richard, good to see you. Zhang, good to see you. If I didn't say hello, I know I've shot back and forth one-liners, but I don't know if I officially said hello. And hopefully Kimmy's still there. So here's the deal. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please subscribe. We are trying to get monetized. There will be a Thanksgiving show, or pre-Thanksgiving show, as far as I know. And it's still tentative. I haven't finalized anything, but we will do our level best. Tomorrow's afternoon show, if it happens at all, it's going to be fairly brief. And could just be I do it earlier than I've been doing it, just so I can get a couple hours in. Thanksgiving Day, no idea. I could probably be motivated to do it, but You know, it would literally have to be a command performance. Like, we want you to do a show. Here's $5, you know, to make it worth your while. Yeah, support the show by supporting the host. And I noticed my little crawl isn't at the bottom of the screen. I forgot to put that there. I am getting sloppy in my old age. There we go. And I don't like that color. Let us do something more festive. How about maybe more like that? Yeah, that works better. So that's pretty much it. It reeks of bud. Someone is blowing smoke on the highway. It reeks of bud. Maybe they're burning like they're burning what's the maybe they're doing patchouli. They're burning patchouli in the in the gas tank. 34 last night. God damn. Well, you know, it actually got down into the 20s like one or two nights about a week or two ago, which is way unusual for this part of Georgia. You know, I'm right on the line between what they consider North Georgia and West Georgia. So yeah, it was uncomfortable. It literally got down below 30. And that doesn't happen often, you know, this time of the year. Now, a month from now is different. But anyway, all the leaves are pretty much off the trees. I need to find my leaf blower and go out and blow some leaves off the sidewalk for sure. This is interesting. Stalin's daughter defected from the Soviet Union. We're going to have to, let me save that. I had no clue. So let us find, Shamika Michelle had an interesting sounding show. I didn't, did I even save it? There's a Black Manosphere Grand Narrative show, and let's see. I thought I saved Shamika's show because it sounded interesting. No. Let's see if we can't find it. Oops. I think it's Meka. There she is. I get her mixed up with Shanika over at Drip Show. This is basically it's titled Charity for Foreigners While Black Kids Can't Read. Make it make sense. That's actually something she and I might agree on. So we have to start watching it. And you know, I always want to agree with Shamika as much as I can, for obvious reasons. But you know, she makes it hard for a brother to agree with her.
For man to be alone, he gave him a woman. He didn't give him a village. He didn't give him the community. He said, be fruitful and multiply to this man and this woman. So it's supposed to be God, husband, wife.
If you always do what you've always done, you will always get what you've always done.
Richard, I would actually, I don't necessarily agree with this sentiment here. Yeah, teach the kids here, fuck the foreigners. Uh, with our birth rates, we're going to need some foreigners. So I wouldn't be so dismissive.
Y'all are some dumb niggas.
You know what?
Seriously. And I am really irritated.
I'm going to have to ban her from my panel for 30 days if she keeps this shit up.
But welcome to Shaking My Head with Shamika Michelle. I am your host, Shamika Michelle. And it's really better if I show you, because I can show you this foolishness better than I can tell you.
Now, I kind of wonder how she gets away with playing that music. Does she have a license? So let's see if we can't get around that music. Or, you know what? We probably get the gist. Yeah.
Intellectual midget. And me let you know that when you say I don't hate myself, but I dislike many of you because I think you're stupid. I think you're ignorant. So I want you to know that before you get up here and say I hate myself because of what I'm getting ready to say, let me let you know that when you say I hate myself or I don't like Black people, I automatically think you are an intellectual midget. And right then and there, you become like a small wounded animal in the ocean. And I'm a great white, and I'm going to devour you for not having a logical thought process to debate what it is I actually have to say or have an issue with. So then you just go to, I hate Black people, I hate myself, and I'm letting you know, if I catch you in the comments with that foolishness, if I catch you in my comments, even after the live is over with that foolishness, I'm going to become an ass eater, okay? Because I'm going to eat your ass completely up. I don't have time for your BS. I do not have time for your BS. Let me catch you up to speed so you can understand exactly why I am shaking my head on this nice, beautiful Monday.
Wait, what did she say she was gonna eat? Let's let's rewind that a bit. I walked away from my chair.
For your BS. Let me catch you up to speed so you can understand exactly why I am shaking my head on this nice, beautiful Monday before Thanksgiving. Let's start here. Every functioning country on earth has a legal immigration process. Mexico has one, Canada has one, African.
And see, this is where people like Shamika Michelle go off the rails. They want to pretend we don't have a legal system. Now, if your argument is we're not following the law, that's one thing that I might agree with her about. But to suggest that the United States does not have immigration law is just disingenuous and a bad faith argument. This is where these far right black conservatives just go off the rails.
Countries have one. Europe absolutely have one. So why do we act like the United States is evil for enforcing the same thing? Can y'all tell me that?
Who is
Breaking the
acting
law
like it's
isn't
evil,
a
Shamika?
culture.
God damn it. I
isn't a
knew
person.
I was going to wind up fussing at this foolish woman. I'm just going to mute and just let her rant until she gets to the point. Apparently, she's decided to do monologues now, and she needs to read a book. And that sweater, Zhang, the collar's stretched. She needs to take better care of her woolens or cotton or whatever that is. Don't stretch the neck, dear.
Personality trait. It's a choice, and choices have consequences. You can love immigrants. I am not at all saying that you can't love immigrants. I saw people with signs that said, love thy neighbor, right? And I understand that scripture. We're supposed to love thy neighbor. So I'm not saying that you can't love your neighbor. You can't love the people you work with. You can't love the kids or the people you go to school with. Teachers, I'm not saying you can't love your students. You can. You can love people and still expect them to follow the law. You expect Tyrone to follow the law. You expect little Bobo or little Bookie to follow the law. I'm not sure why when it comes to Jose and Pedro and Maria, it changes. You can love people and expect them to follow the law. That's what real compassion looks like. Encouraging people to do things the right way so they don't end up in bad situations. But apparently, the new moral standard is if you feel sorry for someone, oh, woo, 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 woe, it's you. If you feel sorry for someone, the law doesn't apply. No, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. This isn't how it works. And I'm aggravated because that's Durham, North Carolina.
Okay. This is exactly why. This is exactly why half educated people should not be making these sorts of arguments. Why would a teacher expect? Now, I'm assuming she's still talking about immigration and immigration law. Why would a teacher expect her kids to be following immigration law? It's a dumb argument. It is a quarter wit sort of monologue. And this is why I pretty much just don't even, I don't hold Shamika Michelle in high regard intellectually. It's a bad argument. I don't even know what more I can say other than little Bobo doesn't care about law. Why should little Bobo or Tyrone even be learning about law? They have numbers to learn and vocabulary to memorize and reading skills to develop. It's a dumb argument, man.
You, Durham, North Carolina, my city, where I was raised. This is home for me. And I'm seeing so many people do a bunch of silly shit. Let me just be honest. I think it's silly. First of all, I don't know what popping the wheelie or rolling with your one side flat like you in college. I don't know what that does. Okay? Because I doesn't make the law. They're here to enforce the law. So I don't know how popping the wheelie is going to change the laws. I don't know how skipping school for all of you dumb DPS students, I don't know what skipping school is going to do to change the law. This is what happens when you take civics out of the classroom and people don't understand how the law works. I don't know. Maybe we should bring back Schoolhouse Rock so you can understand how stuff becomes a bill, how laws become laws, because y'all are out here doing a whole bunch of silliness. And my question is, for what? What are you protesting for? Why are you blocking the streets? What is that going to do? And you know why it's so aggravating? It's manufactured morality. It's manufactured moral outrage. And it's annoying. I showed up in North Carolina and suddenly everybody found their voice. It was like a casting call for Activist Theater 101. Do we have any actors? Do we have anybody wishing to go to Hollywood? This is your opportunity. Let's pretend like you have a problem with illegal immigrants being shipped back. Let's pretend like you have a problem with laws being enforced. Activist Theater 101. People who didn't even know what I stood for a year ago, a year or two ago, a couple of months ago, out there chatting now like professionals. This is selective moral outrage. It's fake and it's annoying. Because let's be honest, this outrage isn't about immigration, it's about Trump. Many of you have TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. And that's what this is. You know how I know? Because y'all didn't have this outrage when the person called deportation, chief of deportation was in office. You didn't have this outrage. He was called deporter in chief. Had to look at my notes. Deporter in chief. This is about Trump. And it's so fake. It's about looking woke on camera. It's about looking like you care on camera. This is virtue signaling. It's about signaling to the internet, look at me, I care. It's just as bad as when y'all idiots turned your profile black. You put the black square in your profile picture looking stupid. This is exactly what that is. Going to the internet or making sure you're on camera feeling like.
Well, she is not good at this. This is cosplaying in an intellectual argument. It is, she needs more practice and she needs more reading. This is literally amateur hour. This is high school debate. This poor woman. Somebody needs to help her.
Look at me, I care. And you know how I know this isn't about compassion? Because if this were about compassion, if this was about compassion, y'all same people.
Let me let me make one point. Charlotte, North Carolina, this immigration crackdown didn't even last 7 days. What the fuck is she talking about? Someone tell me I don't think Charlotte was a sanctuary city. North Carolina tends to be Democrat locally, but Republican nationally, and it's the South. Fuck, Democrats don't like a whole lot of foreign influence. Again, they were there fucking 7 days, and they fucked up some shit while they were there. Part of I'm guessing, I don't know this for sure, but part of the reason they didn't stay there is they were fucking up so bad that even the Republicans wanted them out. North Carolina is not California by any stretch of the imagination. And I want to reemphasize the Border Patrol and ICE, that whole immigration crackdown lasted less than a week because there wasn't a problem.
Would have been in the streets when the deporter in chief was in office, because Obama deported a record number of.
Again, irrelevant to the point. Obama didn't fucking do just weird, inhumane things. And you can make the argument about kids in cages, and you would have a point. But the bottom line, Missy, Obama hasn't been president in a decade. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you doing this Ryan level whataboutism? All the while wearing a stupid looking red hat. Do better, miss.
Of people. According to
What's up, Stanley?
or the numbers that I have,
What's up, 12 man?
Obama deported 5 million people back to where
I kind of like her.
from.
Yeah, I don't really care. Again, if Obama was the deporter in chief, he was obviously better at it than fucking Trump is. Why am I not hearing good job, Obama? Thanks, Obama. See,
I like Obama.
Okay, I don't know why you have to interrupt me when I'm talking, but please don't. She is not good at this sort of political monologue. She doesn't know enough. You should be complimenting Obama. You should be wondering how Obama was able to deport so many people without being abusive and overly cruel. That's what these far-right fucking black Republicans should be asking.
Well, Stanley, we didn't have the internet and everything back then to record.
No, what the fuck?
Everything.
So the internet didn't exist when Obama was president?
Not really. We had flip phones.
Okay, no. Don't even bother finishing that sentence. Dude, I literally worked on Obama's inaugural ball.
Oh, you did?
When I worked for Ticketmaster, we did the ticketing for it. Believe me, the internet existed. The only difference between then and now is the internet. I mean, there was hot shit. I had fucking Fios existed back in 2008. And the reason I know this is where I was living in Northern Virginia in Fairfax County, they dug up the neighborhood Verizon did, putting down fiber. So the internet existed, sir. Don't give me that.
It existed, but not like we have it now.
It literally existed, as well as high-speed fiber optic. It existed.
Yeah, we had Blackberries, Stanley. It's not quite the same thing.
So what? I had a Blackberry. The internet existed, is my point. Smartphones existed. I replaced my BlackBerry with a Galaxy S5. The internet existed, sir.
Yeah, but not quite like it does now.
Okay, it literally existed. It existed at the technology in 2008. No, it's not the technology in 2025, but it was high speed. There was broadband. As I said, the fiber optic in my neighborhood, it was the same fiber optic I have now, except I'm in Georgia. Dude, fiber optic is still fiber optic. There have been no improvements.
Yeah, but
The only thing that's improved is the computers are better able to take advantage of fiber optic. The internet existed. I don't even know where you're going with the dumb argument.
You can literally live stream anything with your phone now.
I could literally. You do know that YouTube existed in 2008, right?
Yeah, that's when I became a member.
Okay, so you know what? I didn't give you the respect enough to develop this internet argument. What does the internet even have to do with deportation?
Well, because we can literally live stream it with our phones and go out
We
there
could
in the
literally
street.
live stream it back in 2008.
No, you couldn't.
Dude, I had
like
a Galaxy S5. Maybe not right at 2008. My son was born in 2006. 2008 was when he was inaugurated. I'm sorry, 2009 technically. I think I still had a BlackBerry. So by 2010, I actually had the Galaxy S5. You know what? Let me go back. Smartphones, the Galaxy S5, I think I got it in 2013 because my wife had died. So it was 2013 that I got it. Or maybe it was before. It was either 2012 or 2013. But the bottom line is smartphones existed in 2008.
Yeah, but not like now.
Cameras had phones. Again, you could live stream stuff in 2008.
Not really.
Yes, really. Dude, you could do video conferences in 2008.
Yeah, I could take videos with my phone in
No, you
2008,
could do video conferencing is my point. The cameras existed. You could do it from a phone. Now, maybe it was expensive. Maybe it wasn't as prevalent as it is now. Your argument is that the reason Obama was able to do it, and apparently you're saying that, oh, hey, no one was there to prove that Obama was cruel. It's a bullshit argument.
No, it's not. Because
Yes, it is.
Obama.
Okay, I'm not going to even bother arguing this point. My question stands. How is Obama able to do it better than Trump? I argue because Obama's about 8 times smarter than Trump.
Because there wasn't as much video
He didn't
footage.
hire a bunch of yes men who were fourth-rate intellects, and he actually cared about people. Trump does not.
Obama put people in cages.
I don't care. Obama did it better.
You are fake.
Shamika Michelle needs to be thanking Obama and asking how he did it so she can tell Trump how to do it without cruel and unusual punishment.
And this is manufactured moral outrage.
That's right.
This is selective outrage dressed up like morality. Obama's administration deported more people than any other in the 3 decades prior. He had about 2.75 million removals and 2.1 million returns. Well, Shamika, what do you mean? What's the difference between a removal and a return? I'm glad you asked. A removal is a formal order, usually by an immigration judge or enforcement agent. This could become a potential felony if they attempt to re-enter.
That's right.
So when you all are whining about, oh, ICE is being too rough, ICE is doing this, and ICE is doing that, you don't even know if some of these people they're trying to get up out of here were removals. 2.75 million of the removals during Obama's administration or any other previous administration. It's a formal order. That's what a removal is, by an immigration judge or an enforcement agent. And when you decide I'm going to come back after a removal, that is a potential felony. Y'all know how y'all like to look down y'all nose at felons? He a convicted felon. Or he a felon. Or can you just get out of jail?
You know what? This might be one of the last times I watch her show.
Oh,
He's literally not good at this.
She's telling it like it is.
She is a moron in this argument, and if you find her argument even credible, then I have questions about you.
Dale, Tyrone, little fat draws. So Pedro and Jose, Mr. and Mrs. Hernandez could be potential felons just from coming back after a removal.
That's right.
A return.
Absolutely idiotic argument.
She's not lying.
Okay, do not interrupt when I'm talking. The other part she forgot. She wants to concentrate on the return. There's a reason she's not talking about the initial crossing of the border or wherever it is. It's not a crime.
Yeah, it is.
Literally. No, it's not.
It's a misdemeanor. I can pull it up for you.
It's not even a misdemeanor.
Punishable by up to 1 year in federal prison.
Nope. You're absolutely wrong.
No, I'm right.
Nope, afraid you're not.
Obama sent back to.
Want me to pull up the law, Stanley?
What I want you to do is go talk to Juan, because he and I literally had a show about this. It was a portion of his show. So don't look it up. When you see Juan next time,
look up Juan, federal immigration.
Do not interrupt when I'm talking. Next time you want to talk about this, next time you see Juan, have this conversation with him, because I already
fuck Juan.
Yeah, well, dude, hey, the man's had a legal education that you and I did not have. So
I know what the law says.
Hey, I believe Juan, and I don't believe you. How about that?
Yeah. Well, crossover in Mexico illegally.
Bold statements from you?
cross over into Mexico
Juan
illegally
literally
and see
works.
what that gets them.
Juan literally works in the immigration field.
Yeah, well, he's an
Literally,
idiot.
day in, day out, the motherfucker works. In
He's
an
a goddamn
immigration law.
ambulance
Dude, do
changer.
not interrupt when I'm talking, 12th man. The man literally, it's his profession currently, working in immigration law.
He's a
Yet-
fucking ambulance
Under
chaser,
the
dude.
category of return.
Asshole.
That's sent back.
The man has a legal education and works in the immigration law field. What is it? Is this some weird white supremacist bullshit that you in the boondocks of Alaska know more than someone with a legal education, working to be a lawyer, working in an immigration law office? You know more than he does? Dude, what kind of what the fuck? Dude, you have a problem. And hey, I can't help you with it. You're a grown ass man. But when I say what I say, you frankly, you just don't know enough. I went to someone working in the immigration law field, and you're going to say both of us are wrong? 12th man, do better.
Come on, Stanley, stop putting me in the back, homie. What the fuck?
Dude, I will put you in the back when I think you need to be in the back. If I can't
read the law,
if I can't get what I have to say out because you keep interrupting me, your ass is going in the back.
Typically at the border. We didn't caught you trying to get on over here in the inner tube. We're gonna send you back. That's the return. You thought you were coming across, loaded up in the back of a truck. That might be a return. We catch you trying to climb the wall or whatever you're trying to do, a return. But once you get here and set up shop, all you little food trucks, whatever, once you get here and set up shop and there's an order of immigration by a judge or an enforcement agent and you're sent back and you try to come back, that's a potential felony. So for everybody saying, oh, it's a civil matter, it's not criminal, it's not a criminal matter, you don't know whether they were here before and decided to come back or not. There's a difference between a removal and a return. And I need you all to understand that, and I'm not trying to just pick on a certain group, okay? Because anybody can be here illegally as an immigrant from anywhere. Visa may have run out and they decided they were going to set up shop from wherever outside of America if you aren't American. So I'm not just picking on Mexicans. Although I see a lot of them. So during this broadcast, you may hear a lot of references that seem as if I'm just picking on one group of people. But I am talking about anyone who is here and not supposed to be here. I don't care if you look like me with a wider nose and a gap between your two front teeth, because are we here on the same page? I don't care if you are brown, black, white, yellow. If you are not supposed to be here, this is for you. If you are out here protesting for people that are not supposed to be here, this is for you. So who am I talking to? I'm talking to you. If it don't apply, let it fly. But if the shoe fits, wear it. If the sombrero fits, wear it. I'm talking to you. And it frustrates me because y'all act as if this is only happening in America. Y'all act as if America is so evil. America is just so bad. America just doesn't, they don't want it to be an all-white country anymore. It hasn't been an all-white country ever. Ever. For those of you who say, they stole it from the Native Americans, it's never been an all-white country. So for you all to sit here and be like, oh, they just don't want it to be a white country, it's never been white. And I don't feel sorry for the Native Americans.
Wait, hold it. I was talking to my father-in-law, folks, so I missed part of this bullshit. This woman is literally ignorant. It's amazing. I shouldn't even be watching this.
If the sombrero,
Love her, Stanley.
wear it.
Of course you do.
I'm talking to you. And it frustrates me because y'all act as if this is only happening in America. Y'all act as if America is so evil. America is just so bad. America just doesn't, they don't want it to be an all-white country anymore. It hasn't been an all-white country ever. Ever. For
Again, you can tell she's just in that Thomas Sowell bullshit school. The good stuff means America's exceptional. The bad stuff, whoa, it's happening everywhere else. Inconsistent arguments, ahistorical arguments, and she's just not that good. She's just not that good at this monologuing shit.
those of you who say, they
Can
stole
you
it
put
from
her
the
link in the
Americans,
back
it's
chat?
never been an
Stanley?
all-white country. So for you all to sit
I'd
here and be like,
appreciate it.
oh, they just don't want it to be a white country,
Thank you,
it's
sir.
never been white. And I don't feel sorry for the Native Americans who were conquered. They were conquered. Lands were conquered.
They're not
all the
even
time.
native.
And it seems as if, to me, America is
You mean
still
like
in jeopardy of being
the American
conquered by
Aborigines?
people who don't like America.
Yeah, they're not even
Because I can't
native.
understand
Well,
how
who
y'all
are?
come here and this is America.
We
and you
all
refuse to
came
wave
here
your
from
flag.
somewhere.
I need you to treat
The
that flag
original
like
You know what?
natives
carpet,
came.
That's
hop on
as
it, and go
dumb an
back to where you
argument as
came
her.
from. You don't get to
Natives
come here
came over
for a
here
better
from
life
Asia
and then be
How many
waving your
years
flag.
ago?
You should have waved your flag
like
and
a
had
couple
that much
thousand.
pride in your own country
No,
And
more like
to
10
turn it
to
around and make it
20,000.
what you
whatever.
They're
want it to
indigenous.
be.
They're indigenous.
But when you
How?
come to America,
10
there's
to
a way to do
10
it.
Their
to
And
20.
relatives
you need
came
to
Okay,
fall
here.
in
do not
line, Girl
interrupt me
Scout.
when I'm
Fall
talking.
in line. You don't
If
get to do.
if they come here and there are no other humans, they're the first. That makes them indigenous.
I don't agree with that.
I don't really care whether you
That
agree.
that
Okay,
means
you
that
don't have.
they immigrated
You
here.
can be, dude. Then there are no indigenous Europeans. There are no indigenous any
That's
other
right.
place because the origins are in Africa. So if you're gonna go back that way, and you're just basically gonna say nowhere on earth are there indigenous peoples
Not
except
really. Everybody immigrated
okay,
from
again,
somewhere.
you're interrupting me when I'm talking. If that is the way you're going to approach it, then I guess you're right. Everywhere outside of Africa, there are no indigenous people on earth. But you also have to understand is, quote, the indigenous people, that's a Eurocentric colonizer point of view.
Right.
If you were there when
I agree
the
with
white
that.
people, if you were there when the white people got there, then they're the ones calling you indigenous. But there are no indigenous people. If the out of Africa theory, and it'll never be proven conclusively, but if you're going to buy that theory, then Europeans aren't indigenous to Europe, etc.
Well, the original people were Africans, Stanley. So,
Right. And by the way, how do you define people? We're all pretty much Homo sapiens now, but
yeah.
there were people before Homo sapiens as well.
That has laws and rules. You follow those,
Well, like
or you gotta go.
Stanley,
And that's what it is. And I'm sorry.
natives came over here from Siberia and Asia.
Yeah, I'm all aware of that. For all intents and purposes, they're Aborigines. They were the original people here when Europeans came over. Accept it or don't.
Well, the Vikings were here. And then,
Okay, no, the Vikings weren't here first. You can't prove it.
And then, what's that other one? There's the Atlantic Ice Bridge. Like when all the white people were coming over here from Europe over the Atlantic Ice Bridge, and then all the natives came down and killed all the white people and farmers. It's a terrible history. Hopefully you've learned at least.
It's actually not history. If you can't prove it happened.
Damn it.
That little Timothy.
Got that Stanley had a phone call coming through.
Has made
Well, go ahead and answer it. It's probably time to wrap this sucker up
Taku,
anyway.
Or Pedro.
No.
Or Sally from somewhere
It's just
else.
an insurance
your
company.
Child made friends. But if your
I don't care about that.
Parents broke the law,
I'd rather talk to my buddy Stanley Cross.
And you don't get to act as if
Oh boy,
can
am I
just
lucky.
come over here and do what you do. In Mexico, there's a legal immigration process. And in order
You
to
get them, girl.
permanent residency in Mexico, one would have to prove they had economic solvency. What
That's
does
right.
that mean, Nika? I'm glad you asked. In order to become a resident of Mexico, if I wanted to go there and live, I was sick of America. I want to go to Mexico. I want to live there. I want to set up shop there. I want that to be my home. I would have to prove economic solvency. That means having enough money to support
That's right, baby.
myself. I wouldn't be able to go and say, hey, I want to be here. Give me food. Hey, I want to be here. Give me cash. Hey, I want to be here. Make sure all my medical bills or medical support or assistance is covered. If I wanted to pick up and move to Mexico, I would have to prove my economic solvency,
That's right, baby.
the ability to support myself. Yet we have so many people coming here thinking America is supposed to support them. The taxpayers of America are supposed to support them, all while waving a Mexican flag. Make it make sense. All while deciding.
Yeah, why don't you go back to Mexico?
Speak English. Make it make sense. And they aren't just waving Mexican flags. I showed you all a couple of weeks ago when you had the person running for mayor from and it was waving Somalian flags and in a language
I love this
Americans
woman.
couldn't understand. We have the mayor of New York, not from America. So this isn't just about one group of people. This is about a group of people who can't make it in their own country and then coming over here wanting to make our country a third world country like the ones they escaped from. Or trying to turn our country into the type of country that had a government they wanted to escape from. And y'all are applauding it. There is no country as an American that you could go to and just not have any rules. Now, under the Compact of Free Association, U.S. citizens have special rights to live and work indefinitely in 3 Pacific Island nations. One is the Federated States of Micronesia. I ain't even never heard of it. Okay, until I never heard somebody say, I'm getting ready to go on vacation to the Federated States of Micronesia. I never heard y'all say that ever.
She's George.
Marshall Islands, number 2, is similar to Micronesia. Citizens of the U.S. can reside and work in the Marshall Islands indefinitely under the COFA agreement. Never heard y'all say, I'm going on vacation to Marshall Islands. Palau also grants U.S. citizens the ability to live and work in Palau without a visa for an indefinite period. I've never heard anybody say, I'm going to Palau to just vacate and rest. It's so beautiful. It's so nice. These are still undeveloped places. I doubt
Love you, baby.
are going there in droves. Maybe some people dodging crime, but I haven't heard you all say that's where you want to go. That's where you want to live. It is not possible to permanently move and live in another country without adhering to some form of legal immigration policy.
That's right.
So why y'all all in y'all feelings about people thinking they can do that here in America? It's beyond me.
Eyesight, baby.
I have no clue
Let's go.
why y'all think that's okay. Why y'all have all this charity for foreigners like it's okay. And one of the things that also irritated me and caused me to shake my head is I got a text message where my classmates were raising money, and it bothers me that let me see. I don't even have my phone close enough to me to read the text message. If somebody listening want to run down here and give me my phone so I can read the text message, I would greatly appreciate it.
What?
I want to read you all the text message that my classmates sent. My phone is down here already. That's me giving clues. My phone is
She'd
here.
whip you in line, Stanley.
I just need it. It's across the room, and I can't get to it. If I slide away from the camera, it's right there. Thank you. If I slide away from the camera, you know what I mean. Let me read this because it irritated me so bad. Give me a second, guys. Okay. I got a text message that said, "Hey, classmates, if anyone is interested in assisting Durham Public Schools with the needs of students, teachers, and families who are being impacted by the presence of ICE, here's the link to do so. You may assist by volunteering to distribute food and or donate monetarily. Stay safe, family. Love y'all." First of all, I'm safe because I was born.
I think she'd make a great ice
All of
agent,
my classmates
Stanley.
were born right
A
here
great
in
what?
America.
She'd
But
make
what
a great ice
frustrates me
agent.
is because
No
we
doubt.
are all Black adults from a predominantly Black school.
She should sign up,
Raising money for
get
foreign
that
students in the
$50,000
Durham
bonus.
public school system, supposedly affected by the presence of ICE. Let me tell you why this irritates me and breaks my heart. Let me tell you why. Let me give you some of the statistics of Durham Public Schools. 63% of Black students in Durham Public Schools can't read. They are not
What's up
proficient
with
in
that?
reading, means they are below grade level. 63%. So I'm trying to figure out, where are the fundraisers for them? Where is the outrage for our own children? See, and the reason why I'm getting on y'all and I'm zoning in on you Black folks is because y'all always claim, write this up, Black power, Black excellence, Black girl magic, Black love, Black, Black, Black. Blackity, black, black, black. That's all I hear. Y'all talk about Black power, but you never want to talk about Black lack.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention she's an anti-black black.
Oh
yeah. Do you hear her going on? And the reason she's picked out Durham is, at least at one point in time, it was one of the more prosperous cities as far as its Black community was concerned. So yeah, she's just picking on Blacks, and that's why she's going blackity black black. She sounds like a female John Galt, and that hat looks like something John Galt would wear himself.
Black lack. Black minus the B equals lack. Y'all never want to talk about that. So we're going to talk about it today. While y'all out here protesting, while you are letting your dumb, I can't read and I can't do math kids skip school to protest, we're going to talk about this Black lack that will never equal Black excellence. It will never equal Black power. It will never equal Black economic soundness. It's lack. And my kids graduated with phenomenal GPAs. But let me tell you, if they had skipped school for some foolishness, to protest for some people breaking the law, I would have stuck my foot so far up their ass we would have walked home together. So a lot of you
Preach it,
parents
baby.
ought to be shamed,
Yeah, I'm listening. I'll
knowing
be right
that your
back.
kids can't read and you are letting them focus on things that won't even affect their daily lives. I'm asking, where the fundraiser for these kids that can't read?
It's all going in the
62%
teachers union.
of Black kids in DPS are not proficient in math. Not proficient means below grade level. Where's the GoFundMe for some literacy programs for reading and helping them with math? Where's the GoFundMe for that? Y'all want to send out talking about y'all are taking up money for families affected by the presence of ICE? What about for families affected by the presence of stupidity, by the presence of their kids not being able to read, by the presence of not having fathers in the home? You know how shitty
That's right, baby.
kids turn out with no fathers in the home? Why y'all not paying attention to that? Where's the march for academic accountability? Because y'all were all at DPS protesting. Kids,
It all went to the teachers union, not to the school.
academic accountability. Because I haven't seen one. I've seen your little idiot kids go out here and work at McDonald's or Wendy's or standing on the corner, not being able to achieve and succeed and wreaking havoc in the community. That's what I've seen. I'm missing, though, these academic marches. While y'all talking about families affected by ICE. And I know there are some of you that say, oh, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I don't have to just pay attention to one thing. My problem is, because I agree, you could do them both. The problem is you aren't. You aren't. And coming together to feed the football team once or twice a year, coming together to feed the band, ain't shit when they can't read and do math.
That's right.
So I'm saying your focus is wrong. Help our kids first. While y'all want to push all this Black power and Black excellence, Black girl magic. You know, when it comes to Black girl magic, y'all want to know where the abracadabra is, where the hocus pocus is. Poof, ain't no man around. That's the Black girl magic. Y'all making men vanish. That's the Black girl magic.
I love this woman.
Not raising strong men. The Black girl magic is poof. No Black man in the house. Poof. A baby, but no father. Poof. No one there to protect you. Poof. No one there to provide. Poof. No one in the posture of prayer in your house.
Poof.
That's the abracadabra and the hocus pocus. It seems like compassion only kicks in when it makes you feel politically righteous.
Yeah.
This, all of this in the streets, selective
We need
moral
more black
outrage.
women like
Help
this.
our kids first. Because you can't have charity for foreigners when black kids can't read. Please
That's right,
make
baby.
it make sense. And we have a dangerous trend in here in America where breaking the law gets you sympathy, but following the law gets you ignored. And I'm sorry, that's backwards. And you know, one of my frustrations that I didn't even notice until baby pointed it out, we will see people doing well for themselves, following the law, trying to, be good, productive citizens, people. We don't care at all. Let somebody terrorize neighborhoods. Let somebody shoot them up, bang, bang, kill somebody, go off for a few years, come back to the community. It's the whole celebration. It's like they're a whole celebrity. When all the time you had somebody trying to do well, doing right, didn't even pay attention. The amount of fish fries y'all have had for little fat draws in the community, knowing little fat draws commit so much crime, is astounding. It's crazy to me. It's backwards. Real compassion starts at
You're
home.
American, darling. You're safe.
Real compassion starts with the kids in your own community. Real leadership is fixing what's broken around you before posing for photo ops and global issues. And I don't know why we don't want to focus on the fact that 67, and it's probably increasing, 67% of Black kids are in single parent homes.
Yeah, that's.
And I know a lot of people like to equate this to absolutely no fathers around. And I know that is insulting to the fathers who are active but just don't live in the house. However, it is a problem because you also know many of you are sowing seeds in gardens that you can't tend to. Some of you don't even intend to tend to those gardens. And it's hard when you have seeds spread all across the city or all across different states. It's hard to tend to those gardens. So we can keep pretending like it's not an issue that our kids are being raised in single mother homes, most of them, and focused on all of this other stuff, but it's fake and it's not helping. And it's not going to cause a significant change. For many, we need to go back to the beginning. God, Father, Mother, children.
Yes, ma'am.
And we aren't doing that. Faith and family. We aren't doing that. Y'all like to virtue signal and look a certain way online. When y'all put those black squares up, there was no increase in the reading proficiency of Black kids. There was no increase in the math proficiency of Black kids. There was no increase in fathers in the home. But in black squares, just as there would be no increase in any of these areas because y'all running out here, dropping one side of your car low for some immigrants, waving a Mexican flag.
Yeah, don't be doing that, baby.
Areas. And if you ignore the struggles of your own children to feel good about helping someone else's, that's not compassion, that's confusion. Y'all are confused. It's like many of you walking around like this.
She's got a gun.
You're not seeing things straight. You're confused.
A lot of black people gonna hate her.
You care more about illegal immigrants, but you don't care that it's at the expense of some of your own children who live here, were born here, and have been failed here.
That's right.
We are failing our kids right here. Don't ask me to collect money affected by ICE. I'll send in some funds. We want some literacy programs.
She should be an ICE agent.
To help these kids be able to read and do math on grade level. I'll donate. We want to donate to young girls when they have already made terrible decisions. We want to help them with medical care for their kids so these kids can come out with half a chance. I'll donate. But y'all sitting here doing all of these protests. My God, y'all look like idiots out in these Bull City streets. And I heard Charlotte didn't look any better. And I still cannot figure out, and this was so out there during the Summer of Love 2020, when y'all were out doing these protests. I don't understand how a woman shaking her ass on top of a police car is considered some type of legitimate protest. You are only looking like
You know, listening to this woman is literally like the
type
worst.
of woman you
Okay,
need,
dude, don't
Stanley.
interrupt me. 12th man, look, sitting here hearing you talk about what black people should be doing is troubling enough because you literally don't know shit about black people. Why you feel comfortable even other than just sitting back and listening with minimal commentary, I just figure maybe you're just trying to, you know, who knows what's going through your mind. Bottom line is she is not the best that the black community as it is, or as it were, she's not the best. She's just the most vitriolic. Listening to her is like listening from a voice from the ghetto. So
I should
okay,
put her in charge of you, Stanley.
You know what? I might just have to do a no panelist fucking policy if you're gonna speak on shit you don't know. It's annoying, believe me.
Would you kick her out of bed, Stanley?
You know what? That's part of the problem. All you anti-black blacks do is fucking think about pussy. That's pretty much all women are good for in your little feeble brains. So why are you even asking me a stupid question like that? You know.
No, I'm just trying to have.
Again, this is not John Galt's panel, son. This is not.
I'm
Bob
just trying to have.
Okay, motherfucker,
Stanley.
I'm talking. What you need to do is listen more than fucking drunkenly talk. This isn't John's show. Okay,
I know that.
Save that low class bullshit for somebody else's panel.
I'm
Why
not
would you
be
ask?
brave.
Okay,
Don't
bitch,
talk to
I'm about
me.
to put your ass in the back because you're this drunken, belligerent bullshit that gets laughs on other panels does not work here. Why would you ask me if I would kick her out of bed? Were we even talking about anything of that sort? Motherfucker, get some class. That's my recommendation.
God bless you, Stanley.
Somebody better.
Uninformed orangutans. Y'all look stupid. Again, ICE is not here to make laws. They are enforcing them. And you had no issue with your favorite president, Barack Obama, deporting a record.
What the fuck is this fucking obsession with Barack Obama? This is some sick shit. Talk about the current see these soul brother blacks can't talk about current events. They have to go back a decade ago. This is the one thing these folks are never going to be able to do. I say that.
What do you mean?
Okay, I don't need your input. I'll let you know if I'm looking for it.
Yes, sir.
The one thing that Barack Obama is always gonna be forevermore is a former president of the United States, and it just fucking bothers the Shamika Michelles and the Jason Whitlocks that it wasn't a conservative black, an Uncle Tom soul type of black. It pains them that the best they can do on that MAGA side is someone like a Byron Donalds. All these black conservative politicians are fuck ups and weirdos. At least Barack Obama was a little bit normal. That's what their actual problem is. You can talk about Barack Obama all you want, but he's going down in the history books. Byron Donalds and Tim Scott and all these fucking jailbirds.
Officer Tatum.
Okay, I do not know why you need to talk. All these fucking third-rate motherfuckers sucking up to the MAGA bus. And the funny part is they're all sitting in the back of the MAGA bus. Byron Donalds isn't going to be governor of Florida. The fuck? Why is he even bothering to run? is my question. No black people are going to vote for Byron Donalds. The motherfucker's an Uncle Tom. And it has nothing to do with, has nothing to do with his wife or anything. The motherfucker is just an odd duck.
What's an Uncle Tom?
Motherfucker, read the book. Then you'll know. I'm not gonna do your high school. I'm not your high school English teacher.
You don't even know what it is.
Motherfucker, I know more, dude. It makes me chuckle when I hear you say I don't know something. Literally, it makes me chuckle.
What's an Uncle Tom, man?
Save that. Read the book, son. I did last spring, reread it. So, bottom line is, this isn't John Galt's channel. Ask that dumb question to people who don't read books.
Number of illegal immigrants. I didn't see any posts.
And I'm listening.
From some
I'll be
of
right
y'all.
back.
And believe me, I looked. For all of you
Stanley's
making
got
these
a
speaking
P.
statements on Facebook, classmates, I looked. And I'm not going to call your names
You know what?
because if this
You
gets
have
to
a
you,
rich
you know
fantasy
who you
life.
are.
So dream
Writing
a
these
little dream.
long books, these multi-paragraph posts because you have Trump derangement syndrome. They're
That's
telling
right,
you
baby.
now, be upset, be angry, but you didn't have any posts 2008,
Need more like her.
2012 to 2016. You didn't have any of those posts. None of you were protesting. You were electric sliding in the streets because you had a black president. You weren't paying attention. Now, all of a sudden, because you have Trump derangement syndrome, somebody need to do something.
God, I love this
They're
one.
sending back Ubuntu. Ubuntu, been here, been paying attention in school. I hate to see Ubuntu and his child Umfufu have to leave the country. They
Bye.
just don't want black and browns. I hate to have to see Russia sit back. Well, they aren't criminals. I'm hearing that they're taking up people that aren't criminals. And listen, I don't have a problem with immigrants because y'all like to conflate the two. Y'all like to pretend like people that have a problem with illegal immigration has a problem with immigrants.
No, that's
I
not
have
the
a problem
case.
with immigrants. I love that America is a melting pot. I love that I can go in the grocery store and see a black, a white, an Asian, a Hispanic, somebody from Africa. I love that. All I'm saying is the same way I encourage people that I know and love to follow the law, the same way we expect people that we know and love to follow the law.
That's right,
It's
darling.
the same way we should expect others to follow the law. And I have to make this clear because I see so many of you online being stupid, saying stuff like Melania Trump is an immigrant.
She's
JD
a
Vance
legal
is
immigrant.
Indian. It's not about immigrants. This is about those who are doing it illegally.
It's about legality.
You cannot go
Okay,
to any
motherfucker,
other
if you
country
can't watch this
and not
video without the
follow
random
the
drunken
legal
comments,
immigration
can you just
process.
fucking drop down to the chat and do it?
And I
Please.
read in Mexico,
It's annoying.
once they realize that you
Sorry,
are
Stanley.
out of order, you aren't where you're supposed to be, you're illegal, they will go to the same lengths. I read that they've been known to snatch people off of buses and all of that. So this isn't like just American being evil. Americans being evil and not. They are putting boosters on it, and y'all are unlearned, and you aren't looking into this stuff. In Mexico, Mexican immigration officials conduct enforcement operations. They do. Sometimes pulling people off
Now
buses,
lock your ass up.
checking their homes, and this can be enforced at any time because the laws are on the books. We have laws on the books. We have a legal immigration process. And that's just what it is. I haven't seen any of y'all out here protesting for black men or any man or any woman unfairly treated by the law. You know how many people are locked up in Durham County Jail right now for nonviolent offenses?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all can look it up. Locked up for nonviolent offenses. But y'all are sitting here protesting for people who knew the consequences, knew what those consequences could be, and did it anyway. That's no different from somebody going out robbing a store and end up being shot in the ass. You knew it was a possibility.
Yeah.
They knew when they came over here and set up shop, it's a possibility they gotta go back. They knew when they brought their abuela, tia, over here and didn't do it the right way, it's a possibility they may have to be sent back.
That's right.
This is just that fucking white trash logic. Well, I say it's logic. It's just fucking vitriol and hate.
That's the lost. I mean,
okay, dude, you don't know how much you're getting on my nerves right now. That white trash, bring your abuela and all that shit. She plays to the lowest common denominator, just like her, just like, say, a Nick Fuentes would. And it's disgusting, to be honest.
she's quoting the fucking
dude,
law.
I don't need you. I don't need. No, she's not. She has no fucking clue what the law is. And neither do you.
She's quoting the motherfucking law.
She is quoting not a goddamn thing that's even remotely like a law. All she's doing is appealing to emotion. As I said, the lowest common denominator.
Oh,
you can motherfucking take her low class ass down to the fucking VFW, and she would be popping out of the cake, entertaining the fucking old ass drunken motherfuckers talking about.
Why do you gotta degrade
don't
black
interrupt
women?
me. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Who the fuck are you? Do you?
Why are you gonna degrade a black woman?
Dude, again, don't come up on my panel talking all kinds of this fucking white trash bullshit. If you want to, I put her link in the back. You are more than welcome to drop down and fucking take her to bed and masturbate to her hatred.
I don't jack off.
If that is what is getting you off and giving you a woody, do it in private. On this
She's
panel,
got you going.
on this panel, we talk about her trash talk and the lack of education that she so obviously exhibits in this particular diatribe.
Oh, now she's uneducated. Okay.
Yes, she is. I've known who Shamika Michelle is for fucking years. She is uneducated. Dude, this must be you must think I don't know who the fuck she is. Dude, I've known about her for years.
She could come over to my barbecue anytime.
You know what? She would probably take you up on it. But she wouldn't give you any pussy.
I don't care about that.
Okay, well, motherfucker, like I said, you have her link. You can take your ass to your pallet or whatever it is you sleep on and jack off to her fucking hate speech all you want. I'm sitting
Hate
here just
speech.
trying. Okay, dude, this is not John Galt or Bob's panel. You need to understand that.
I thought we were friends, Stanley.
Motherfucker, we're not friends like that. If you want to be this way with friends, go to Bob's, go to fucking John's, wherever it is, the friends who tolerate this fucking 3 sheets to the wind, far right, fucking ignorant bullshit.
I'm only one sheet in the wind.
That's where you need to be, is my point.
I'm only one sheet in the wind, to be fair.
You know what, Otis? People may think it's funny. I'm not one of them. That's why I'm encouraging you to take your link and go somewhere else and beat off to this MAGA bullshit.
She kicked your ass one time.
You know what? She would definitely kick your ass. You'd be seeing 2 of her. Trying to figure out which one was the real one.
She could come over anytime. I might make her an ICE agent. Put her to work.
Dude, one thing I can say, when you get drunk, you are literally not to be reasoned with.
And that's just what it is. Y'all out here, and especially black people, doing all this protesting with all these illiterate kids, you look stupid. You look real dumb. You look real uninformed. You look like you are being led by your emotions, and they pull on your heartstrings with silly stuff like your ancestors were immigrants. Shut the hell up with that.
Yeah, American.
My great-great-grandfather was Native American and white. His mother, Phoebe, was Native American. Left behind when her parents went on the Trail of Tears. So you're not going to pull on my heartstrings with that. And I can't believe y'all allow them to jerk y'all around like that, knowing it is not the same thing. Even if you know beyond a shadow of a doubt, everybody in your family came across on slave ships. It's not the same thing. So why you let them use that to get you to go along with something is silly to me. You sound unlearned. You sound like intellectual midgets when you present that as a form
Sound
of
like
argument.
Stanley.
Now, a bitch in a silly red hat calling someone an intellectual midget is rich. She literally looks like a Nimrod in that hat.
It makes no sense.
You wish you had a hat like that.
If nobody else wants to do the work, help them get legal. Because it could be a situation of they don't understand the process. But just because you don't understand the process doesn't mean you get to ignore that there is one. You want these people to be Americans? Then you need to help them go through the process to becoming legal Americans. And then y'all need to be mindful, America can't sustain everybody who just don't like their country and want to come here. It's not going to be possible.
That's right,
so there has to be some laws, some limits, some rules.
You know, the one thing that does kind of amaze me is Trump is in the middle of deporting everybody who doesn't even look American. So They got Trump elected. He's doing their bidding, yet they're still fucking complaining. This is just what these fucking like intellectual featherweights do. They got what they wanted.
Featherweight.
Okay, dude, I don't know why you're interrupting me. These intellectual MAGA featherweights got what they want, and they're still fucking complaining. And they're complaining because 50% of the country does not agree with them. These motherfuckers will whine about Obama, and the man hasn't been president in like fucking what, 12 years or some shit? Dude, it's just so pathetic. How about deal with the man who is currently president?
To the immigration process, period. This isn't about just wanting the country to be white. And I'm not saying there aren't people who feel that way. Who cares what they think? It's like me focusing on racists. I don't care what they think. I don't sit here and wonder what white supremacists are thinking all the time. You know why? Because I don't believe in Black inferiority. And in order...
Again, just totally not understanding when people say white supremacy, they're not saying white people are superior if they're not white and think white people are superior. Again, just, I don't know whether it's intentional or just what. She's just fucking uneducated. That Mississippi education has not served her well.
To even focus on white supremacy and think it's a thing and think it's gonna stop me, then I have to believe I'm inferior and I'm not capable of doing those same great things that somebody with white skin is capable of doing. Hi, head shakers. Miguel, TJ, Thomas, Melina, Stimulated Students. Stimulated Student says Black people, middle class people hold the door open for their own economic competitors. That's a good point. Hi, Miss Cherry. Big Low says, or is that Lou? Big Lou? It's the race to the bottom for our people. And that's, I'm shaking my head, but I agree. I agree. That's the way that it seems. Miguel says our priorities in life should be the Most High and Messiah before anybody and anything, including our families. They come before everything. Hi, Carolyn. Thank you for being here. Led by their nose rings, for sure. I hate those. They're so ugly. I hate those. United Voices for Trump. Great show today, Shamika. Thank you so much.
I do have one more hour-long video that I'm going to show just as an antidote to this level of ignorance in a red hat. This is like stupid even for Shamika, to be honest. Usually I can kind of just, kind of filter what she's saying. Today's rant was surprisingly low bar. Damn.
Now, is this Caesar 5862? Now they are claiming Americans don't want truck driver or construction jobs. And I know a lot of American truck drivers. So that's definitely, that's what they like to pretend. So yeah, that's what they do to get people to buy into it. The correlation is that the less white the country gets, the more liberal and chaotic and cruel it becomes. And listen, with what I'm seeing our people get behind, I would have to agree. I have watched people, and it's funny because you hear, I mean, growing up, of course, and I've told you all this before, I grew up in the Black community. So it was Black schools, Black churches for me. Everything was Black, Black, Black. So I felt like there was a sense of morality that was defined by Christianity. And there were just certain things you knew not to do. So to see now Black people en masse get behind things like abortion, the alphabet mafia, just being lawless, it's so disappointing to see. So it makes me feel like, yeah, the less white the country gets, the more liberal and chaotic it's going to become. Because I'm not seeing, especially the Black community, hold up a standard. We have began to toss standards out the window. When Black people used to be the most married, now deciding they just want to go with it alone. Black women don't care who they have a baby with because the government will take care of that child. Where are the morals and the values? People just entitled, feel like I don't have to work for anything. It should just be given to me. Where are the morals and the values? Looking at your title.
Again, they will fucking give you all kinds of information without depending on people just buying something that sounds good. No, there is no proof that Black Americans before 1950, dude, they changed the way they measured marriage in 1950. They changed it because before then, the numbers were kind of shaky. Blacks were never more married than white people. It is bullshit. It's unprovable. Again, this is feelings over facts.
The only way it makes sense is the Democrats are still destroying Black families and their futures. I agree with you, Neil Monk. And it's so frustrating because they keep going along with it. They keep buying into it. It's like a different decade.
Mike, I have to ask you a question. Why are you talking about a community you don't belong to? Why is 12th Man talking about a community they don't belong to? It's if it's not inappropriate, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, but fucking folks like 12th Man speak so authoritatively. They don't go, I think, and then make the statement. They just fucking say it like they're plantation owners. Mike, you don't consider yourself Black. Why the fuck are you speaking to something that really isn't your business?
But the same BS. The same thing that they will buy into for their own demise. The idea that I see Black women marching around for the right to kill Black babies is crazy to me. To see that we've been stuck around the same number as far as the population is in America is crazy. Hispanics have come and surpassed us in number, but we are still buying into things that promote our own demise. I don't understand. Miguel says that's why the Bible warns us to not be with the world, and actuality, how much
How the fuck can see? How is the Hispanic community surpassing the number of the Black community, leading to our demise? They'll say all this doom and gloom bullshit, but not elaborate on it. I don't. Our demise, dude. See, and this is why people like Shamika Michelle, I don't respect their intelligence. Black people in America, legacy Black Americans, have survived centuries of the cruelest treatment in these United States. And all of a sudden, a bunch of Mexicans are going to fucking lead to our demise? That doesn't even make sense. She's a moron. All it is. And you know what? This is a grift. You're absolutely right, Dirty.
time do we have left before these worldly governments and organized religions usher in the adversary who will deceive the world? Yeah, I believe it's going to be these organized. I mean, we're seeing it. We are absolutely seeing it right now, Miguel, as we speak. I was a tanker yanker 18-wheeler truck driver for 26 years. Truck driving jobs are being automated. They've talked about that since the 90s. Wow. Stimulated students. I hate seeing Black folks always talking about dating. 35 and 40-year-old women talking about you can't date me if you don't have this or that. Nobody's talking about marriage and family. Yeah. They're not talking about it anymore. United Voices for Trump 2024, the Black community is not rooted in biblical foundations or injunctions. It is 100% behavioral and is rooted in loath, liberation, and lawlessness. You just said an entire mouthful. Black is behavioral now, and that behavior is negative. And that is what is so frustrating. If America is going to survive, we have to stop rewarding bad behavior and punishing responsibility. We have to stop choosing political points over our own children. And we have to stop pretending that law enforcement is the enemy when the real enemy is the system failing our kids every single day. And when I say the system, I'm not pointing the finger to somebody else. The system that we have built is us. That's the system. The system of not getting married anymore, not having families anymore, the system of depending on the government, the system of promoting lawlessness, the system of promoting ratchetness. That's the system. So when we talk about systemic this and that, let's look at that system, the system that we have created that's failing our children every single day. Help our kids first. Everyone else can stand in line and follow the process the same way every other country expects. That's what we need. And I am begging you, right fist up first. All you right fist up people, I'm begging you. y'all are not helping your own kids. Getting out here and putting everybody else's plight before your own, you're not helping your own children. It's fake moral outrage. It is, let me run to the internet and look like I care. Neo Monk says we need to restore our moral compass. Stimulated Student says marriage is the foundational component of economic prosperity. Absolutely. All the money a man makes, he reinvests in his wife and children. Serial dating is throwing away resources. I appreciate you all for being here today. This caused me to shake my head, and I will probably revisit it. But tomorrow, I'm shaking my head about something else. And Jason Whitlock is going to stop by briefly tomorrow to shake his head with us, head shakers, because I got a lot of questions. We're going to talk about some things going on in the news with religion that I'm seeing in the news, some alleged assassination plots. I'm shaking my head. And then we're going to also talk about what we're grateful for right here before Thanksgiving. I appreciate you all for joining. Join me tomorrow, same place, same time. Peace. I love you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, folks. I stepped away. I cannot get my smoker to work here. So I've got one more video from Aramiose Frimpong. We'll have a look at. I found this this particular video kind of fascinating. In some good ways and some bad ways.
A month, and I'll keep doing what I'm doing. And I hope you've learned something in this.
Oh, wait, hold
I
up.
hope you've
We're gonna
learned
start it over.
that Black people, America, my name is Aramiose Frimpong, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to say some things that you might not agree with and you might not like, but you need to hear. We do not have problems. Black people in specifically, but the left in general. We have problems that we cannot deal with on our own. We get screwed up by AIPAC. Look, Black people, anytime we get a little bit feeling ourselves and get too close to the truth, you know, Israel will fly out all of your favorite HBCU leaders and all of the whole CBC. They'll fly them out and treat them like kings. And then when they come back, they are Zionists, right? We cannot control the Black mind. Anytime the Black mind gets a little bit too autonomous, it'll be bought out by other people and flown out by other people. And that's a problem. And we cannot fight that. We don't have the numbers. We don't have the money. Organizations take money, disposable cash, and we do not have disposable cash. We're too busy paying light bills and trying to buy instead of rent, right? So we do not have the money. We don't have the numbers. And that vulnerability gets used against us. And we need to admit that we don't have a solution when AIPAC screws up Black politics. We don't have a solution. We don't have a solution. We don't have a solution. All right. We don't have a solution when Miss Andry screws up labor politics. Now, Miss Andry is just like a knee-jerk hatred of men and all the things men do. And you can say it's not that big of a problem. And it's not maybe nationwide, but in left and Black spaces, it is. Like this notion that Black men ain't what they aren't, ain't stuff, is like, it works. It works. And we can't fight against it. We can't fight against it because, one, it's rude. It ignores the nationwide, arguably nationwide, biased against women. But in left spaces and in black spaces and in marginal spaces, that turns its head really quickly against in a bias against men, which means we can't make any moves within the Democratic Party, because if we do make moves within the Democratic Party, all they have to do is send a woman against us. And then that's it. That move is that's done. So the inbuilt misandry actually gets used as a problem for black politics, right? And the misandry comes in the form of, we don't care about, it's not just that we don't care about men, black men, or, poor white men. We don't care about anything they do. And you kind of saw a glimmer of this of Gamergate. See, I don't play video games. I'm too old. Like I said, I aged out of the Nintendo, the first Nintendo, up, down, left, right, BA, select, start. That was my controller. And I think by the time the controllers got more fancy, I was already playing soccer in junior high or whatever. So in high school. So I never learned the new controller. So I didn't play video games, but other people do and other guys do. And then they were getting punished for just not being able to play video games the right way. And that's a problem. That's a problem. So everything that men do, the things that men do get stigmatized in a way that really is kind of degrading and alienating, which, even if I don't do it as a man, I want other guys to do what they do. You can play video games the way they want to play video games. But no, so misandry just kind of runs deep in this liberal and left spaces, but it gets occluded because it's not a global problem. But if you actually want to be a good guy, you got to deal with people who don't like guys. And that's a problem. So that pushes a lot of people to just deal with bad guys, or it just pushes them out of politics. Although I did a video about this before, we're going to keep going. We don't have we don't have an answer to AIPAC. We don't have an answer to misandry in the liberal and on the left. And we don't have an answer to market liberals. Once again, if Mamdani, the DSA member who just won in New York, if he had run against a woman, if they knew that he would be so good on the debate stage, they wouldn't have run like a geriatric sex pest in Cuomo. They would have run a woman and then he would have gotten beaten. He didn't win necessarily because of inspiring vision. He ran because the Democrats didn't get their act together to get a woman in his in that race. Because then they just could have kicked up a misogyny angle and then he would have been toast. He wouldn't have won the first ballot, and then the simps and professional class women, the pantsuit crowd, they would have gone for the woman if she were marginally competent. And there are a lot of marginally competent market liberal women. And so we don't have a solution for this. And our vulnerabilities get used against us. So we need to bring in help. We need someone to deal with our APEC problem. We need someone to deal with our misandry problem, and we need someone to deal with our market liberal problem. Unfortunately, when you're in a position slightly prone, as the left has been, and we just need to be honest that we just keep losing and losing and losing and losing. And even when we win, it's not great, right? Like Chicago under Brandon Johnson. We need to broaden the entire conversation, and we need some heavy hitters from the other side. And when you're in a vulnerable position, you don't always get to pick your help, right? And so that's why I get to Nick Fuentes as a white Fred Hampton. Now, I have a lot of respect for Fred Hampton. I did shows on Fred Hampton before. I mean, I think he understood the education problem. He understood. I think he actually would understand Nick Fuentes' appeal, because Nick Fuentes is actually trying to grow, not just grow his audience in terms of a grifter and try to make money. He needs to raise their consciousness. And he's actually used those words in trying to raise their consciousness and not just make money off them like a lot of these other grifters are. And so, yes, he uses the N word with a hard R. But you know what? This is America. A lot of people think it. Right? So he just says it explicitly. And that's not necessarily any worse than it going unregulated in people's minds. So when Fuentes says stuff like this, I'm going to play a clip. I say like, well, we might need to actually have to work with this guy. And that might not be the good thing because the worst thing, because what we're doing right now is not working. We don't know what to do with our feminists. We don't know what to do with AIPAC, and we don't know what to do with the market liberals, who will, all of them will use the vulnerability of the left, either the ethical vulnerability as we want to be nice to women, or the material vulnerability about it's a lot of poor black people. So they can just pay a rich black person to say the opposite. But this guy, you know, he may have the answer, right? So let's listen to his offer.
This is why I said the other night, why don't we have populist Republicans and populist Democrats that just solve problems? Just solve problems for Americans. And by the way, I am willing to compromise with the left, 100%. I'll work with anybody. I saw the track AIPAC people. It's some progressive woman and some progressive gay guy. I'd work with them on shutting down AIPAC in a second, in a heartbeat. Same goes for Anna Kaspari and Cenk Uygur. They were in favor of democratic populism. They want to deliver healthcare. They want to deliver education. I would work with them in a second, a Zohran Mamdani all day. That's why I said we need to rethink and realign our politics based on what actually matters and what matters to us. We have to drop the wokeness, arguably on both sides. We have to drop the wokeness on the left, which is anti-white and obsessed with immigration, basically throwing the borders open. They have to get rid of the tone policing and language policing. And on the right, we can work together with the left. Maybe we have to let go of some of the cruelty and abuse directed at some of the marginalized communities on their side. It's true. There are marginal people. What else would you call a racial minority other than a marginal person? I'm okay with living in a society where we, as long as we close the borders, we can take care of everybody in the country. We can figure out how we can all get along together, as long as there is a consensus agreement that we can put America first. But what I see from the Trump administration and from the Democrats is neither of them are willing or able to actually do anything for people, for the actual people. Like, and this is the evidence. Chuck Schumer opens the government with no Obamacare subsidies after they funded the Trump government earlier in the year without a fight at all. But now he wants to put forward a bill on anti-Semitism. Really? So which constituents are you working for exactly? You can't.
So we can deal with this. Look, I don't get to pick the whites we deal with because we're in a vulnerable position. We need to just grow up and understand that this is what we deal with. It's kind of like Mamdani going to the White House. He didn't vote for Trump, but if he wants to do his job, if he wants to do his job, he knows that he needs, one, to keep ICE agents out of New York. Two, he needs subsidies at the national level to keep, the biggest city in the nation running. And if he wants to do his job, he needs to, he should have the favor of the president. And you know what that visit did with Mamdani to the White House? That allowed 1,000 conservative New Yorkers room to do business with him. That one photo op and just being willing to go there, call the meeting, and have them say decent things about each other, and Trump say that this guy's okay, that allowed Mamdani room to work in New York. And that's a mature move. That's a mature move. We need to understand that we need help. We need to understand we can't do it alone. And if this guy can take out the Zionists, if this guy can deal with our misandry problem, if this guy can deal with the market liberals, hey, that's not the worst thing in the world. And then we just have to deal with them, right? And so when you want to say, well, what are his qualifications? What are his chops? All right, so Christian Zionism is a pretty big problem in the United States. It's not just the Jewish Zionists, it's the Christian Zionists also, who are paid by, a lot of them who are paid by the Jewish Zionists, directly and indirectly. So, or just like dumb enough to just get spun by those junkets over to Israel and get moved by this. So we have a Christian Zionist problem. And one of the whole idea that Jewish Zionists pay Christian Zionists to be Christian Zionists, that is taken out pretty well by, I think, Nick Fuentes talking about Matt Walsh. Now, Matt Walsh is this huge racist on the right. He runs a show. He talks poorly about every racial group except white people and Jews. And this is what, and he won't talk about Israel, but he'll talk about everybody else. And this is what Fuentes had to say about Matt Walsh.
All these people have asterisks next to their name.
Get back to work, Matt Walsh. Get back to work. Do not criticize Israel. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Ben Shapiro.
That's all.
Get back to work, Matt Walsh. Get back to work. Do not criticize Israel. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Ben Shapiro. Get back to work, Matt Walsh. Get back to work. Do not criticize Israel. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Ben Shapiro. Get back to work, Matt Walsh. Get back to You're such a good little Shabbos goy. No, I'm a man. I have a beard and I wear a flannel shirt. I'm a man. But when the Jews crack the whip. Get back to work, Matt Walsh. Get back to work. Do not criticize Israel. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Ben Shapiro. Literally, and Michael Knowles, little fairy. Oh, I'm such a cool little metrosexual. I'm Michael Knowles. I'm dancing on the table like a little fairy. And he bends the knee for Israel. Candace Owens, meanwhile, is a boss bitch. She don't take no shit from nobody. What you mean? What you mean I ain't on Daily Wire? What you mean I can't do my show, bitch? That's Candace Owens. I am Russian to Candace.
So we don't have that kind of energy on the left. We don't have that kind of energy in black spaces. There is no dirtbag left. There is no dirtbag left who's going to do that. We don't have the money because the dirtbag left needs to be independently funded. We don't have the numbers to get the money. And we might not even have the talent yet, or all that talent gets kind of constrained. We do have the talent, actually. Black people are the funniest people in the United States. I'll die on that hill. I don't learn, and you don't really learn that until you go to jail. But black people are the funniest people in the United States. Anybody who's been in any prison can tell you. So someone says we could if we wanted to. Destiny's pretty damn good. No, Destiny's a clown. Like, I can't listen. I can't, like, that's not a problem. Like, Destiny's not. And people talk about, well, Hassan Piker can do it. No, I can't listen to those guys. They're not smart enough. They haven't read enough books. They're illiterate. Well, Destiny might not be illiterate, but he's just not deep enough. He hasn't read good books. He's read a lot of like shallow ones. Like, so we need help. Yeah, I'm looking at the comments. Someone did actually promote Destiny as the left fighter. No. We need help, right? So let's game this out into 4 blocks, right? You have conservative, conservative Republicans. You have market liberal Democrats. You have the Goipos, the Nick Fuentes folks, and you have the left. The left is the pinky. Who can we take out? Sometimes it's possible for us to take out the conservative Republicans. Sometimes. I'll give you that. That's a reliable, fair fight. But we don't have. That's it. Like, that's the only person we can take out. Every time we try to take out the market liberal and Democrats, like, all Obama has to do is pick up a phone and they'll all, like, someone will give a wolf whistle or whatever, and they'll all come take out your favorite left candidate. Right? The only reason it didn't happen in New York was because they didn't realize too late that Mandami had the chops to do it. A year ago, the guy was a joke. It took the debate for it took the debate for Mamdani to have a chance, and the other electoral spaces aren't structured for that kind of debate, other than New York. So, someone in the chat said blackout 300 who's wrong, but like, I'll try. Says Hassan and Destiny are the two biggest platform, meaning influence. They might have influence and not smart enough. Like, people will go in trying to be leftist, listen to those three on a panel, and come out groypers. Like we need someone deeper. We need someone deeper. I'd rather send Yvette Carnell up against Nick Fuentes but I don't think you guys will like the solution. But I'd send Yvette up against Nick Fuentes rather than any of the other people. So we need to be honest about the fact that we don't have a solution to AIPAC. AIPAC will buy all of your favorite HBCU stars. They'll just buy them. Just buy them and fly them out. And since we don't have money, they'll fly them out, flatter them, they'll come back like with a little yarmulke and the whole thing. So we do not have the money. We don't have the numbers. Sometimes you don't need money if you have like electoral numbers. We don't have those. Either black people or the left. We don't have the number. This is a center-right nation who thinks like Nick Fuentes. And then it's possible we don't have the talent. We don't have the talent. So we lack money, numbers, and talent. We have the truth, but that's not enough. That's not enough. And so we need to hire fighters. You know, is it the first or the second book? It's the second book of Plato's Republic. It talks about like being a small unified state. And if you're a small unified state, you need to play other states against each other in order to sustain what you are. We need to play the groypers against the market liberals. We need, like Ben Shapiro said, if you can't afford to move in your town, to live in your town, you need to go and buy a bus ticket and go someplace else. We can use that. We can use that. That market liberalism is not going to fly with the poor whites. They don't like it. And Fuentes went off on Ben Shapiro when Shapiro said that. Like, Shapiro says, if you can't afford to live in the place where you grew up, then that's a you problem. And Fuentes took him out because of that. And you know what? Fuentes was right. You do have a soft right to be able to, raise your children in the place you grew up. And the nation has to mean something and respect you and respect your way of life so much that if it can't guarantee it, give you a soft guarantee that's going to try to keep you in the place that you grew up, then it's not much of a nation. And we need a nation. We need borders. So we have to give up. So if we have to get strong on borders, get strong on borders. Look, I was born in Los Angeles. The name kind of fools people, but my first name, Irony, that comes from Miriam. Just scrambled up. And then they didn't like Iron Man, so they just lopped off an M. This is a very black thing to do. And because my mom's from South Carolina, right? So we need to be honest about we need borders. And if that's what the Groyper right wants as their chit to get us healthcare and jobs, then we'll give them borders in order for us to sustain healthcare and jobs. Right? So at this point, share the video, do all that. By the way, nobody else is going to tell you that. Nobody else is going to even put Nick Fuentes and Fred Hampton in the same sentence. But here I am. We tried the Rainbow Coalition from the left. Now we have to we may have to suck up the Rainbow Coalition from the right. And that's because we don't have an answer. We don't want to have an answer. Black people, 2053, you're supposed to be worth $0. You are going to be pawns to the liberal feminists even more than you are now. You don't have the money to sustain yourself. We're not on a trajectory. The trajectory is not looking good. And nobody, nobody's gonna save us. We'll just be more and more destitute. So what I'm saying is we partner with the Groypers to take out the market liberals in our own party. Make the misandrists sit down for a little bit, and then I think the Groypers are taking over the conservative party, the conservative Republicans too. And then it's just us against the Groypers. And that is actually a fair fight. If it's just us against the Groypers, and we don't have to listen to the feminists, and we don't have to listen to the market liberals or the conservatives, and it's just us against Groypers, I think that's a fair fight. All right. So super chat, I'll read it because one, I like the comment, but also I'll read super chats now because we need money. Why the left don't see the contradiction that open borders benefit the rich? Yeah, open borders just turn the U.S. into an empire, and this becomes the center of the empire. We're Rome. That is what open borders do. What we want is strong states. We want everyone to have their state, and then we can deal with them as state, as a state. Now, Fuentes wants something a little bit different. He wants a different kind of empire. He wants us to run them, as opposed to Israel running us, which it does. There's nothing we can say no to. There's nothing we can say no to that Israel asks. There's nothing. And you could say that's just Trump. We get a Democrat. No, can you imagine Kamala Harris saying no to Netanyahu about anything? About anything? No, it's impossible. It defies possibility, right? So we need, unfortunately, this kind of Groyper Rainbow Coalition coming from the right in order to take out the market liberals and also the conservative business GOP. Because, he made his bones kicking right. He made his bones taking on the Charlie Kirks. He made his bones punching right. I mean, he's a huge racist, and even his racism. There are varieties of racism. People, his racism isn't the hard, emotional racism. He actually thinks that's kind of the least interesting racism. He just thinks black people are incompetent, right? So he's like, well, you give them everything, they'll still end up at the bottom because they're stupid. That's most of America. That's what most of America thinks. We just need to accept that that's where we are as a nation in terms of the national psychology. But that's not the red hot, I hate him, I want to go out and do that. He wants to do that to, he wants to do that to the Jews. I don't, but he wants to, or at least the Zionists. He thinks it's actually organized Jewry, not necessarily Zionism. Slightly different in my mind, but not so different in his mind. And he's worried about them in a way that he's just not worried about black people, because for the most part, he thinks we're incompetent. We just got to suck that up because our problems are bigger. We got to get rid of AIPAC. We got to get rid of market liberalism. Okay? And honestly, the biggest people who should be worried about this is if my strategy is right, the people he's going to go after next, after the Zionists, he might go after the Asians. And I'm giving you a little bit of a window into the future, because unlike the blacks, he actually, the Asians are winning in a lot of ways, and the whites aren't going to like that. And if he wants his white country with white people on top, he's gonna have to do something about that. So that's something you have to work out. So if I were Asian, or that's where my mind is. But they've been on the sidelines for too long. So they're gonna have to take their lumps too. Casually voting Democrat and keeping their mouth shut and making money. But they're beating white people at everything, all the test scores, like everything. So if I'd be more worried about a partnership with the Groypers if I were Asian and into Asian American politics than I would be if I were black in black politics. But the problem is, if I'm in Asian American politics, I know my first problem is politicizing Asians. They just think they can come here and make money without having a strong political voice and actually fighting for things. So that's on them. That's on them. So you sat out long enough, and when the Groypers come for you, I'm kind of a fan of Asian. So I will fight up for you, but you need to start fighting for yourselves at that level. So And someone says Nick's not racist. Yeah, he is.
By the way,
he just isn't the worst kind of racist.
I think Irony is wrong about the Asians. Well, I think the Asians control a lot of the tech companies. I mean, if you wanna talk about the Vivek Ramaswamis and the Usha Vances, they're already going after the Asians. Problem is the Asians like Vivek and Usha Vance, they're not going anywhere. They literally control Microsoft, and what you wind up doing. One of the things that people don't seem to understand is once you become a multinational corporation like Microsoft or Google or Alphabet or whatever, don't know that much about Facebook, but I imagine Facebook too. They're here because they were started here. Microsoft is here because it was started here. Okay, there is nothing saying they couldn't pull up stakes and move to India or somewhere. They're going to be just as profitable. The reason they stay here, the reason they keep a headquarters here is probably for tax reasons or something like that. No, they're not going to fuck with the Asians. The Asians can do as well somewhere else. So that's my opinion. There are probably good arguments against my opinion. But anyway, Jonathan Taylor was going to have this kind of year. Oh, this must be football talk. I haven't kept up with football in years.
He is. I mean, he'll admit himself. He just thinks that like there are important intellectual differences that can be marked down to race, and one of the reasons why he's not intimidated by helping out Black people is that he thinks ultimately they'll win the whites will win a fair fight 10 times out of 10. Right? So nobody, nowhere, irony. That is a lie. Get the quote or you're lying. Actually, like, I'm not gonna. It was a show like 3 days ago. He's the cold racist. He was making fun of the hot racist, the passionate racist, and like who like really like He's like, that's I think low IQ racism. Like he's the soft racism. Anyway, all right. So the problem is you're gonna have to. I'm looking at the comments now. You're gonna have to deal with a lot of nobody nowhere 21s in this coalition, but just be big and let it go. So what I'm saying is we should think seriously about partnering with the Groypers and understanding that a bigger Nick Fuentes might be better for America. Because as it stands, the trajectory is not good for us. We need to try something different. It's not the best. It's not the best trajectory, but it is one that's better than the trajectory that's right now, which is benign neglect. Black people, we're in palliative care. We're in palliative care, and people are keeping us comfortable as we're dying. And I don't want to die. I want to live. But that means we might need borders, and we definitely need healthcare. We need good jobs, and we need someone who's going to actually talk about what it means to get secure Americans like these, these goods, these rights, right? So, this is where we are. This is where, and if you appreciate me talking like this, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month. Because I was bullish on Fuentes a few years ago because I noticed that he was different. I think he's the only relevant right-wing person you need to listen to. And like the rest are, if they haven't already, they're just going to end up following him because he's ahead of where they are. He's the only one. He's the only one. The rest are irrelevant. I couldn't stomach listening to anyone. And I don't even think you should listen to that many people on the left. Like I can't stomach listening to Destiny. So I think he's just where it's going. And also you need to listen to it because eventually we're gonna have to take him out. not with violence. We're gonna have to take out the arguments. I did a video long time ago about how he's a right Hegelian. Fuentes is a right Hegelian, and it's only going to get beaten by left Hegelianism. It's not going to get beaten by anything like less deep than that. So eventually, you got to follow him to follow the arguments because that's the arguments you're going to have to deal with later when we take over from the Goipers. But you have to, admit that we need him as an ally. Look in the mirror, people. We don't have a solution to AIPAC. We don't have a solution to misandry. We don't have a solution to market liberals within our own party. Mondami got in because they didn't figure out till too late that he was a threat, so they ran a 60-year geriatric sex pest against him. Had they run like a nice, like basic woman, they would have just tarred Mamdani as some sort. They would have made up something, tarred him as some sort of like misogynist, right? Big woman is a problem. We don't have a solution to big woman. Forget big pharma and big tech. Big woman is the biggest problem. It's not the biggest problem, but it's a huge problem in liberal and left spaces. Not a problem globally, nationwide, but a problem in liberal and left spaces. We don't have an answer to big woman. We don't have an answer to AIPAC. We need help taking them out, right? And this is sometimes what help looks like. Not what I would ideally. I thought like, well, we could deal with Bernie and then bring him over on reparations, but like he wasn't strong enough. We needed a stronger fighter, right? We could have had it with the Rainbow Coalition, but the FBI took it out, right? Could have had it with the real Fred Hampton. And then we could have had it in 2016, but that's it, right? So I do not think that Nick Fuentes is going to be in elected office. I do not think that. I don't think it matters. I don't think Nick Fuentes is going to be president. I think he's going to give everyone the idea.
And by the way, I don't think big woman is actually a problem. I think this whole feminization argument that Irami and other people are making, you better learn to live with it because there will be no correction to this problem. And I don't think it's a problem in the first place. A lot of these people want to basically be misogynist or racist, and they want to do it like the old days where they could do it with impunity. That's actually what's happening here, and I'm surprised Irami falls for this bullshit. There is no woman problem. The problem is men for eons kind of had their own way. And, America is about personal freedom. And let's just call this an evolution instead of a problem.
Ideas. I think he is going to be the most, this is like listening to Rush Limbaugh in 1987. Right? He didn't it's got the same demographic, these young guys. And he's like, he might be bigger than Rush Limbaugh at the end. I don't think he's going to run elected office. I don't think he's going to need elected office. I don't think he's going to have to leave his apartment.
And I was around
the and the way
in
things are
1987.
Going. The only thing that was keeping him out before was
I
mass
didn't
censorship.
become aware of Rush Limbaugh till about 1991 when I was in the Navy. And no, there were not Groypers, that young contingent. No, nothing like Rush Limbaugh at all. It was actually a bunch of middle-aged to older, like Reagan people. You had look who was on the radio. Excuse me. Look who was on the radio at the time. You had Rush Limbaugh was on the radio. Michael Savage was on the radio. G. Gordon Liddy. I was a big G. Gordon Liddy fan. He had a radio show for years. These were people that were pretty much disaffected Nixon voters. They were pissed off, a lot of them, about Watergate, and at least the G. Gordon Liddy faction. It was not. Rush Limbaugh was not a young person's movement. And the people that were calling in were not kids. They tended to be older, late 20s, early 30s, and older.
And that was never a real strategy.
And I know this because I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh. I was actually kind of a Rush Limbaugh fan. I've never, after his pill popping days, he kind of went off the deep end. But when Rush Limbaugh actually started out, he was tolerable. He was funny. I never considered him, that big a pundit because he was actually laugh out loud funny. It's just as he got older and people started taking him seriously, and I think he took himself seriously. That's when it kind of, became problematic. Early days, early 90s, yeah, he was actually pretty cool. You might not agree with him, but at least he was funny.
Strategy. We will make sure we'll keep him quiet by remaining wrong and hoping that all the platforms will continue to deplatform him. That was the only thing keeping him down. Right. All right. So thank you, Bells the Beats. I appreciate all the super chats that go to sustaining my way of life, because talking like this doesn't exactly make you popular in any circles, because I'm ahead. I'm ahead. So this is where we are. All right, so I'm going to look at the chat a little bit. I'm going to look at the chat a little bit, see if there's anything good here.
Yeah, from here on out, because I watched most of this. From here on out, he gets about halfway, then he starts repeating himself. Like, I guess, it's some sort of pedagogical. That's what I meant. It's a pedagogical habit, I guess. You repeat yourself constantly so students can pick it up, but we're not students. So anyway, Dirty and Company, Richard, I'm about to head out of here. Tomorrow's afternoon show, if I start, it's going to be 1:30, maybe as late as 3, because I do have stuff to do. Tomorrow is Tuesday. I guess tomorrow I'll have to get up with Mo Love and find out if we're still on for tomorrow night. Wednesday, I don't know, maybe I said it was Wednesday. I can't remember, but I'll figure it out. So anyway, there will be an afternoon show. I probably won't be going anywhere near as long as I've gone tonight. The holiday schedule, I might do a Thanksgiving show, I might not. Friday, kind of the same thing. Pretty much. It's going to be kind of dodgy, probably till next Monday. But I will try and keep it around the same time, 1:30, early afternoon. And we'll play it by ear. And I'll probably try and do more posts, for those who read them. And by the way, y'all start reading the posts that I send out. Maybe they don't go out as well. People keep talking about shadow banning and stuff, but I can't imagine, what I would have done to be shadow banned. It's pretty pablum around here. We don't do anything horribly edgy. So I will see everybody tomorrow. I see Nightish is live, so y'all go over there. Most everybody knows where Nightish's show is, so go over there. I will be in his chat until I'm not. I meant to mention I have a couple books that I ran across today One of them I should have read a long time ago. Timothy Snyder's, I think it's called Freedom. I definitely need to read that. And one other book, can't recall the name. So, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Yeti. Ooh, these are some interesting looking women. Whose show is this? Boheme Noir, Black Bohemian. The fuck? Oh, it's Lapeef. You know, I've never gotten into the Lapeef stuff. I just find it, well, let's just be honest. I find it beneath me. Oh, so that is that. So thanks, Yeti. And I will get out of here. I will see y'all tomorrow. Take it easy.